And there was always a struggle for glory when they talked about living one day. My one day, if I could have any day to live in all the history of the world, it would be with Leonidas and the Spartans. I know saying that I would die that day. I want our women to continue to uphold the core of their being, the inward looking toward their womb for the survival of our people. But now more than ever, I want our men to say to our women, no, I will not serve your inward looking. I will instead strive for glory for our people and do my duty as a man. That more than anything is what we need right now. Master Rebel writing that with a kind super chat. Thank you very much, dear friend. What can we do? Much love, by the way, back from the decaying state of Virginia, once lovely and lofty, stained with the blood of my ancestors. What can we do in the short term? There is one thing we all need to be doing every single day. One thing. You don't have to worry about anything else. Everything else is an avocation. This is your vocation. Everything else is avocation. You have to focus on treating yourself for the mean pathogens inside of you. You are capable of a great many more things than you believe today. Whatever you think you're capable of physically, double that. Whatever you think you're capable mentally, triple that. Whatever you think you're capable spiritually, quadruple that. All of what you are, all the potential you have has been shackled by these infections of the anti-whites. All of that is holding you down to the earth so that you cannot move forward to achieving your potential in this world. So number one, you've got to treat yourself to your mean pathogens. Number two, and this is it, you have to help others around you, friends, family, and strangers, to go free. We need to spread curative contagion as quickly as we can. That is all you have to do. The important thing is that you can do this. You can make change in your life and the lives of those around you. You can be that finger that touches them, that then is all the push that they need to end up headed in the direction of going free and finally on the rails to their salvation. There's nothing that you can do in this context to recapture our destiny. We have to increase our numbers. We have, in a way, now again, this is a curative contagion, proof of concept many hundreds, thousands of times over now. This is not teaching another nationalist. This is not teaching another political party. This is something that is treating the infections in our people, and they are going free as a consequence. And just as I said, proof of concept, they're able to teach others. You can learn these things and do it yourself, and you can touch somebody else with this curative contagion, and they then become healed, and they can touch the next person. And it spreads like any other contagion, this one being a curative contagion. The societal context is not static forever. Things are going to change. This event horizon we talk about is approaching. We're seeing the fissures. Now, the light, as it approaches the event horizon, begins to stretch. We can see the signs of that limb that we cannot see beyond. That means it's coming. Other things are coming that we can't even foresee. Many things we can't foresee. And if we get our numbers large enough, our liquidity large enough, our power and intelligence large enough, we then can influence that context. We can put our shoulders into it and push it into a direction that will open up opportunities for us that we cannot fathom. We cannot fathom today. And when those opportunities open up for us, we have to have the numbers, the power, the liquidity, the unity, etc. available to us to rush through those fissures. So that is what we need to do today. Don't worry about retaking governments. Don't worry about voting the next nationalist hero into office who's going to make it all better. It's not happening. Don't worry about building the bunker. Don't worry about being the craven. Don't worry about any of these other things. Spread going free and spread it as fast as you can. You focus on those other things that are useless and have all failed, and you are going to get depressed, and then you are going to check out, and you're going to stop participating because you cannot retake these things. You cannot achieve those goals. You can do this. Every success will lead to another success. Every small success in going free for yourself and helping those around you will give you energy, momentum, and confidence for the next greater goal. Do you see how this works? You get on to the next goal and the next positive step, and that next hill is covered. And then you can finally look back and see how far you've come. And that will give the wind in your sails to take the next peak. And when that opportunity comes, history will look back on us and say, they were there to be able to do it. How lucky are we, ladies and gentlemen? How lucky are we to live in the pages of somebody's history book yet to be written? We are the heroes in those pages of our historians yet to be born, with ink that they are yet to write with. How lucky are we to be those characters in that story? Don't miss your opportunity because you're focused on something that's trivial and meaningless. Be that painting on the wall in that museum. Be that name handed down through the family line. Great-grandfather 7 times back, great-grandmother 5 times back. She was there on that day when they talk about it in the history book. When that fissure opened up for the first time and they had an opportunity to recapture our destiny, and they rushed through like the waters of a mighty river. She was there that day. And that's why her name has passed down through all of these generations. Thank you very much for the question. And that kind super chat, indeed, Icelandic dollars. Thank you very much. I'd love to visit Iceland, get a going free group together in Iceland, get means together. I will fly right up there, freeze my ass off, and we will spread going free together. Super chatting $6. Thank you very much, dear friend. Another great participant in the service of Wellbeing. Your passion for our people's well-being is inspiring, Jason. Thank you, brother. I'm inspired by all of you. I can feel that energy going around. There's something in the next phases of going free, as our community continues to grow, and as we're able to come together in these little pockets all around the world, there is something that is yet for me to reveal. There's going to be a great power that comes about from this sort of unity that scientific instruments may or may not be able to measure just yet. And we will visit and organize those things and make them happen as we move forward. Very exciting times, both for the individual and the community. I can assure you, things that you don't think are humanly possible.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. It's your chance to be ruthless. make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I'd like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Damn, I love that group song, ladies and gentlemen. Featured stories today, Oliver Anthony update, along with some Lauren Boebert apologizes as CCTV shows boyfriend fondling her and her fondling his Beetlejuice. Footage shows just a teen driver appeared to deliberately hit and kill retired police chief and a Los Angeles sheriff deputy was fatally shot inside his patrol car. Get ready for that part of the gathering today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be on fire. Your comments, calls, and questions, and then there is this. People say to me, Jason, why don't you just give the J Spurgs and other antags what they wanted and get rich and infamous like other content creators who jeer at you with their larger audiences and incomes? Well, Henry Ford answered a similar standing question about the automobile when he said, if I'd asked people what they wanted, they'd have said, faster horses. So very true. So very true, ladies and gentlemen. We are going free. It is Sunday evening, Monday morning in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac. It is 5 p.m., 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. They are roughly those directions on planet Earth. No matter whether you think it's orbicular or flat, in those general directions, it's great to be with everybody here on this gathering of a wonderful of a Sunday. It is a glorious day, as it is always a glorious day in service to white well-being. You may financially gift over the course of this gathering by heading on over to Cash App, and you can financially gift there in cash, and you can financially gift there in cryptocurrency. You may also head on over to Subscribestar, and I will keep an eye on Subscribestar as well for those one-time financial gifts over there during the gathering today. You may go to nowhiteguilt.org, No White Guilt, and you can click on the financial gift tab, and you will find the wallets that I use for cryptocurrency, as well as a snail mail address at which you can reach yours truly, and I look forward to mail in the snail bag. You may also head on over with your cryptocurrency over to DLive, and hello to everybody who is over there at DLive today. I think maybe MC Dirty Work just donated 2 ice creams over there. Way to get the gathering started in the cryptocurrency over there on DLive. Thank you so much. And yes, you may, WordConqueror, call in today. Call in, folks, if you're interested at the end of the show, the gathering that is. Hello to everybody over there at Odyssey as well. And hello to anybody who shows up on Rumble. A big hello over there. We're going to get directly into our swashbuckling announcements, after which we will get into the news and maybe a little segment where I will just take a quick look at the headlines and maybe a comment or two or a chuckle or two, something risible, and then get right into our featured stories today. But we're beginning right now with our swashbuckling announcements. So make sure you get out your swashbuckling emojis. Make them loud, make them raucous, make them proud. Get out your 07s, your 007s, your swashbuckling flags. I want to see your swashbuckling flags. Swashbuckling just means that we're going out into the world. It could be our families. It could be on live streams. It could be on threads. We're going out into the world, and we're spreading the lexical, dialectical power of the Go Free method, ladies and gentlemen. A truly victorious method, the only one succeeding in the world today. Let's get a big, raucous emoji explosion for white well-being, who made that new video today, What to Do, that I played at the very beginning of the gathering. That was a tearjerker. The first time I watched that, I had tears coming out of my eyes. He did a magnificent job. Let's give it up. That is some truly epic swashbuckling, because you know that is going to be able to reach far more people than I'm just able to do by myself. He makes me 10 times better than I actually am. And he has a YouTube page. Make sure you follow him. Make sure you share those videos everywhere. His name is For White Wellbeing. He's made the 2 so far, and he's making more. Really has a great talent for grabbing the heartstrings and pulling on them. Very powerful. God bless that gentleman. Hey, keep it going right now for RC. The Realist's new song. We'll be playing that a little bit later in the gathering today during our first break. Prometheus Rising. Inspired by my book, Prometheus Rising. He wrote a glorious new song and it's fantastic. And as I said, we'll be playing and played it already a few times. A true champion in service to white well-being. Get that man some swash. Break out some swash for him. What are you doing over there? You're not breaking out swash. You better break out some swash. If you want more glorious things created in service to white well-being, let's give it up for the one and only Mrs. Jess Horse, who is over there on Steve. Is that what it is? Steve Turley? Over there during his live stream with our very own Dr. Carol Swain he was interviewing. And we have Carol Swain's new book, and we were telling you all about that. And we will hopefully have her back on again in the future to talk about that book, The Adversity of Diversity. Here's the great Mrs. Jess Horst, and this is what she wrote. Swashing, get that lady some, give her some love. She says, Dr. Swain was a guest on No White Guilt, interviewed by Jason Kuna. It was an excellent interview, very uplifting for white well-being, along with all other races. Go free! Exclamation point. Swash for the lady. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless her. Some crowns for her head, gems for her feet, some 95s for her heart. It's wonderful. We also want to celebrate, you know we want to celebrate. He's here all the time. Franklin is over there, over on Salty's channel, and he super chatted. Look at this. He wrote this so that all those many thousands, 20,000+ watching live read, they want to dump all these people in white conservative areas. What pieces of shit, he writes, deport these border crossers and deport these liberal anti-whites too. Glorious work by the Franklinator, pacing and then leading the audience over there on the Salty's channel. I love it. We love Franklin. Make sure that you're swashing hard for Franklin. Big flags, big swashbuckling, swords and shields. Because he's swinging in. He swung right in on a rope. And he woke people up. Isn't it glorious? But that wasn't it. He decided to get a little bit more of these folks. And he has this, another super chat over there on Salty Cracker. And he writes this. White erasure in all Western nations at once is not a coincidence. Talk about dropping the key concepts in service to white well-being. Truly a man to be emulated. Keep an eye open for Franklin. But you know what? People will say, oh, but you're just online. Oh, but you're just online. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. This is Franklin in the real world. Spreading it in the real world. He's out there, ladies and gentlemen. You can't be stopped. School of the West.world there in the real white. Stop white erasure. School of the West. Stop anti-whiteism. He's got the website. He's rocking it in the real world. Make sure you give out some huge swash. This is the biggest swash going. This is PPE. This is massive PPE for Franklin. Quadruple zeros. God bless you, brother. Truly glorious. Truly glorious. We are highlighting this week Nocturnia. She is successfully running 3 accounts, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for this proud woman in service to white well-being. Nocturnia running 3 accounts, spreading the lexicon. Where is it coming from? How is it happening? It just must be a sign of the times. That's what it is, Jason, a sign of the times. It's a pendulum swinging. It's a pendulum swinging. No, it's Nocturnia. Nocturnia is over there. She's running 3 accounts. Nocturnia, anti-whiteism in fiction, and No White Guilt Uruguay. Rocking it out there. She posts both in English and in Spanish. We are posting in multiple European languages, multiple languages. It's got to just be a sign of the times. It must be that this something star has moved closer to the something planet. And now, because it's in multiple languages, how else could it be happening? Well, we're making it happen. English and Spanish, and is a tireless daily champion of Team White Wellbeing, TWWB, baby. We also have the Meme Queen and Lord Awards this week, and they're going to Just the Misses. She is our hands-down award winner. We're seeing her memes everywhere, all caps, ladies and gentlemen, everywhere. Others in our group, honorable mentions this week, Ardent White's children even created a meme for white well-being, and WordConqueror, who we'll be talking to. God bless you all right there. And then we have from the X-Files, the celebration for those over on that platform formerly known as Twitter. And then we're going to get into our stories, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you're as raucous as ever. Make sure you're as loud as ever as we're wrapping it up. This week on the X-Files, Team WWB is kicking anti-whiteism to the curb. And we thank Promethean Promulgation, Westmen Media, Loki Lunda, The Thunder Down Under, Orta Acrobats, Fornal is over there, ladies and gentlemen. Lady Anglo is kicking ass, and so is Dandy Westman, as well as White Student Transmission, the unstoppable Serena J. Brown in Britain, our newest member, Mark Fox, and our lovely Kate, a.k.a. Grace Smith, rocking it out there over on the X-Files. Make sure you give it up. Make sure you celebrate swashing, quadruple swads, 95s, gems, and crowns, ladies and gentlemen. In 10 seconds, we'll be right back. Woo, man. We are having victories everywhere. And then as we were just getting started, I saw just the missus saying that she has, was it anti-whiteism? She's got her mother and sisters and brothers and in-laws and outlaws and all using anti-whiteism, the lexicon, spreading the power, the one thing that truly takes back our world. And we're going to be talking about that in some great detail today, because I'm sick and tired of watching these things happen across the West, what we're seeing in the news, and then nothing being done. Instead, you have people that come together, and especially the ones that just absolutely piss me off the most. And I'm speaking to, we have to save our Christian brothers and sisters from all of these modern day tele-evangelists. They're these little exiguous modern day tele-evangelists receiving multiple thousands of dollars a week in financial gifts and super chats to these people, multiple thousands of dollars, and they have no interest in Christianity whatsoever. I'm sick and tired of it. People show up there to be, and at these other platforms, to get doom documented, doom dissected, blaming it all on Jews, as though that's going to remedy anything has ever remedied anything, blaming everything on Jews, ever remedied anything, blaming it all on Jews, and then doom divining about where it's going to go in the future, and happily taking credit when things go good in the world that they had nothing to do with. Maybe they're able to take credit because they just get to say, well, God did it, and so therefore we get to take credit. We've got to save our Christian brothers and sisters. You have the Christian communists out there that are trying to lead them astray to this Marxist, this economic Marxism. Everybody come together, and we're just gonna multiracial it all up, and it's gonna be wonderful. We're gonna take on the evil white men that run Western civilization. That's what we're gonna do. From the Trilateral Commission, that's where we're gonna take them on. That's gonna be the difference in the world. And then you go to the other side of what they all would consider the right wing, and you have these infinitely retarduses, J-Spurgs out there that bringing them in, and they just milking them dry. And what ends up happening? What literally ends up happening? They give these people so much doom that they write their whole life savings over to them and then kill them themselves. That's what they end up doing. This is the place where change is made in the world. And if you have to grab these people by the lapels or by the blouse and shake the shit out of them until they have shaken baby syndrome to get them to start going free, then that's what we got to do. We got to show the love in any way it's got to be shown, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm tired of living in the anti-white hell in which we are forced to live. And the reason why it's as bad as it is because there are so many people who do not want to recognize that we are under psychological warfare. The psychological warfare is called anti-whiteism, and there's one king remedy, and it is the go free method. Ladies and gentlemen, we keep having the success. Everybody in our way is an enemy of us. That's simple. Everybody in my way is an enemy, not somebody who's just trying to have a parallel and do something. No, you're a king enemy of white well-being. I've seen enough. I've seen enough of the evidence. I don't need to see more evidence. You are the enemy now. Let's take a look at some of these. Let's take a look at some of the news. How about that? Something new. Something new. I'll take a look at this, and then we're going to have a look at Boebert. At old Boebert, and then we're going to get real fired up by these murders, by these anti-white murderers that are out stalking white people in the world today. Everywhere we go, anti-white murderers, anti-white propagandists. Oh my God, I got to try to hold myself back before we get into that. I don't want to go nuclear just yet. I could go nuclear, but I don't want to go nuclear just yet. Take a quick look at some headlines. How about this? They thought their sick little girl would be safe in America. Then, it, being America, denied her family entry. So what, bitches? So what? Stay in your country. We don't want you. We don't want your sick little girl. And for everybody out there that says, oh God, that's so callous, up you too. The West is going down the toilet. It is going down the toilet. There's no more time to explain to people who are too dainty that you can't feed and medicate and bring the entire world into your guest bedroom, you dumbass bitches of both sexes. You can't do it. This kind of article right there. Oh, the little girl, look at her with her pretty glasses. Get healed in your country or don't get healed at all. That's all there is to it. Get fixed in your country or you. I'm sick of Western civilization going down the toilet because they can print articles like this, post them on the internet electronically, whatever it is, on all these platforms, and then we have women of both sexes everywhere saying, oh, they're wringing their hands. They're like, oh God, bring them all in. Just bring them in. You know, they come out with this article about she's sick and the family thought that she could be saved in America, but America won't let her in. They do that in the midst of flooding Italy and other white countries with non-white people that will irrevocably alter the civilization. There is no Italy except in white people. Do you get it? Italy doesn't continue without white people. That's it. That's where Italy is, inside of white people. I don't care if you're non-white and you've been there 10 generations. If you're a good contributor to Italy, to the country, maybe you've served in the military, maybe you're a physician, maybe you're a firefighter, maybe you're a wonderful person, and we will salute you for your contribution to what only white people can make. That's what we do. That's how fair and kind we are as white people. We will salute you. We will say thank you for your contribution to our civilization. God bless you. We will put medals on you. We will name things after you if you do that, even if you're non-white and you're contributing to our civilization. Shit, we will name places after. We will leave names in places where you put them even after we've conquered your ass. We will leave your names there like nobody else does in history, at least according to my reading of it. I'm probably wrong. We will do that. That's how good we are. But there ain't no Italy if there aren't white people. There's no Germany. There's no Austria. There's no Russia. There's none of these places. There ain't an America. But this is how they're going to hit you. This is the new baby on the beach, the dead baby on the beach. That is the fault of the parents that they're going to blame on white people because you didn't bring it in and take care of it. So what? And if you can't handle it, then get the fuck out. If you're too soft for dealing with the actual world that we have to contend with for our survival, then get the fuck out and just be the follower that nature and your creator meant for your ass to be. The baby was sick. Sick of it. You need a man. You need a man of the West to say it like it is. You know, when I hear about this little girl, you know who first comes to my mind? The little white girl in this country
that nobody gives a about. That's who comes to my mind. And the little white boy and the millions of others that nobody, in fact, everybody hates. They just want to load them up with white guilt. They want to load them up with this anti-white propaganda. That's where my heart goes. You know what I want to know? Why is it the parents of this little girl who's sick aren't thinking about white children and their well-being and their safety and how they're doing? In fact, let me go ahead and check the last time that country, where is this little girl from? Afghanistan. When was the time that last time that Afghanistan got together a pool and concerned themselves, a pool of people and money, and concerned themselves with white people in America? Never? Okay, then fuck you. Reciprocity is rape if it's not reciprocated. And we have how many generations now of it not being reciprocated? Sad thing is that little girl, her parents are allowing her to be propaganda material. She probably doesn't even have any disease. And if she does, then they better get to work hard on fixing her in Afghanistan. And by the way, what is this bullshit? Just as an aside, what is this bullshit? I'm trying to not be fired up, folks. I'm just fired up. What is this bullshit about wanting to bring every Afghani that helped the United States out in the war to America? No. If we're going to do anything for them, help them get to another non-white country where they will fit in better. Thank you for your service. Here's your ticket to wherever. Not the USA. Every time. Anti-whites, every single time, use every scenario to achieve anti-white outcomes. What's our next headline here to look at? Trump says it was his decision to describe the 2020 election as rigged. Well, good for him. He's taking responsibility. Good for you for saying that. He's also talking about he's happy. He likes that Putin. What Putin said about Trump. Of course, Putin came out and said he's happy that they're persecuting, in so many words, I'm paraphrasing, that they're persecuting Trump like they are politically, out in the open, the way they are, because now there is nowhere, and by the way, if you don't see the ramification about that, but there is nowhere that any other country can, that any other country could say, well, we have to behave like the United States. We have to submit ourselves to these high standards, because it is the exact same control of the government by operators before and behind the curtain of public knowledge. The exact same thing in the United States as everywhere else. Anti-white oligarchs. This country was conquered long before all of the West was conquered, long before everybody who's listening or will ever listen was born. Just get that through your head. So Trump's happy that Putin is acknowledging, yes, total blanket corruption, and the anti-white oligarchs that run the United States are trying to run Trump into the ground. And of course, you may have heard that they are using the courts to try to prevent him from speaking as he runs for office. He's not allowed to talk about anything related to any of the cases. Talk about the corruption. And what does anybody do about this other than complain? Somebody with some power ought to start acting and doing something about this, because just complaining about it and saying that it's not fair is pathetic. It's soft. It's meek. It's for losers. It's why you find it from all of the other content creators out there, but you never find it here. What else is in the headlines? McCarthy calls motion to oust him exactly what Biden wants. McCarthy is a filthy reprobate. He's as anti-white as the anti-whites who are Democrats. He's a sexual reprobate. All of the rumors, I'm just telling you the rumors on the Hill in Washington, D.C. He is garbage. He can't be trusted. He has no, he'll make deal after deal. I mean, I told y'all he couldn't be trusted, right? When they made him the speaker, didn't I tell you all the rumors that he lies to everyone,
that he says, oh, yeah, I will sign your bill if you will sign this one now. I will support you there if you support me here now. And without fail, he cuts their throats every single time. I told you this. And now what happened? Every single one of those things that he agreed to do to become speaker, he's reneged on everyone. And what do you have? Gates now is saying, well, he's going to maybe call for, because one of the things he gave up was this, that any single person could call for another vote on Speaker of the House. And so Gates is saying, well, then maybe we'll just do that. He's not going to be replaced. This son of a bitch knew what he was going to do all along. They just should have never seated him. I mean, you might as well just have allowed a Democrat, the whatever group, what do they call them? The MAGA group of the Freedom Group Caucus. They should have just sided with Democrats and made a Democrat Speaker of the House. Because instead you get McCarthy and you have all of these Christians out there, good white people. They look out and they're like, oh, this is going to be good. We have some power. You don't have shit. You don't have shit. He is raping you like the priest or preacher is raping you where you go to church. Every last dollar, or your televangelist online. Every last dollar. McCarthy saying that he predicts that Trump will be the nominee. Great prediction there, Sawami. How big is that crystal ball? And you know, he hates it. What else? What else before we get into our items we have? We have, what's this? The Guardian. Tens of thousands march in New York City calling on Biden to end fossil fuels. Okay, folks, if you don't argue, do you see right there? This is a great example. Maybe I'll keep this little segment. Maybe this will be the last piece of news. Maybe. I just look at a bunch of headlines. Do you see how feckless it is to argue about fossil fuels without acknowledging that removing all of these systems across the West that work is an act of anti-whiteism that is intended to white erase what white people have done? Do you see how feckless it is? They never stop. You can't beat them at arguing whether fossil fuels are the way to stay or green energy is the way to go, because they're going to lie about everything and they're going to say it has to be changed because it's harming non-white people. So until you learn that it is all anti-whiteism, all of it, and maybe I got to backhand you across the fucking mouth so you'll get it. It's all anti-whiteism. Don't come to me, cuck, and tell me that, oh no, in this case, I don't see how it's racial. That you don't see how it's racial because you were born with half your brain since your mother was chugging Tylenol and 7-Up while she was pregnant with you, dipshit. That's why you don't see how it's racial. I'm healthy and I can whoop your ass. And if you don't start recognizing that this is racial, maybe I'll find you and whoop your ass. I'm sick of these cucks. This is all about anti-whiteism. You want to end tens of thousands in the street? Then you have to attack to end fossil fuels. Don't bother looking at me saying, well, God, they're really dumb. Do they have any idea what will happen when we have the undependables of wind power and these different things to rely on? Solar power? Don't they? It's undependable, Jason. Don't they realize? Is that helping? Is that helping, dipshit? Has that stopped them? Has saying they're crazy, they don't get it? No, it never does. Attack the moral engine, the moral driver, which is the anti-white moral imperative. That all of this is retributive justice against Western kind. In the name of retributive justice against Western kind, you find that people are so propagandized in the conservative circles. You find that they're so propagandized that they can look at these stories we're going to cover that have me so pissed off about the 2 police officers, one retired, one active, one a very young man, whole life ahead of him. You'll find that they'll say, well, what does race have to do with it? What does race have anything to do with it? You know what? In one case, it's just being careful of cyclists. And in the other case, it was hatred of law enforcement. This is the kind of way that these idiots think, these imbeciles, these brain dead, tarred bitches, the way they think. Pull your heads out of your asses. We got to develop a way. Somebody has to develop a way so that when one of these cucks is streaming to a colossal audience, that I can just somehow stream right in and over top and have 5 minutes, 10 minutes with their audience. Wake these people up. What else do we have here? I guess final thing I'll look at, what is this? Katy Perry hinted she knew the real truth about Russell Brand years before sexual abuse claims. My God. One of the things I find beyond disgusting is how easy it is to take these hollow-headed cucks across the West, and you can take a vile, degenerate scumbag like Russell Brand, who's been a part of the giant anti-white machinery his entire life. You can take a vile scumbag like that, and then he reimagines the way he's going to present himself to get himself a new audience. He's finding himself being left out of the cocaine and pedophilic parties that they have, and he wants to re-envision himself. He wants to get a new audience, and all he's got to do is say a couple of critical things about the people with power, Christian communist style, the people in power, which of course are always white men inside the anti-white narrative. And he's going to criticize the pharmaceutical industry, and he's going to criticize just a couple little things. And suddenly, this degenerate, pedophilic, coke-using jackass has a colossal audience, an absolutely colossal audience of these nose-bleeding, mouth-drooling, mouth hung open, like a tired dog idiots, celebrating, oh, God, he's being persecuted now. Let's stand up for him. No, let's put you all up against the wall and then listen to the rattle, tat, 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 tat of fireworks until we have a healthy audience again. Wake you all up. Russell Brand. Let's go to defend Russell Brand. These are the kind of, I can't. What else is here? And then we're going to move on. New York City oral surgeon sexually harassed chauffeur. What? Oh, this has got to be the last one. New York City oral surgeon harassed chauffeur, obsessively talked about his own small penis. Oh my, where are my glasses? This is what having soft men and women in charge has done. This is what it's done. But I want to make sure everybody knows that in the West, we had hard, masculine men in charge. And why didn't we stay in power? Why weren't these nations, why weren't we born to countries where they actually represent us? What happened? What happened? I'll tell you what happened. So when other content creators out there are saying, organization leaders saying, we got to go back to the, like, everybody likes that tough men meme, like hard times and all this. You go around, there's a circle. There's no fucking circle. There's no coming back. I hate this where they make it act like, oh, it's a circle. Well, it'll just circle back around and we're just in this bad phase. There's no coming back. I don't think you all understand why, and there is no rolling back the record player. And so everybody presenting to you this argument that it's circular. We're just in this circular thing, and we're in a phase here. It's the lonely loser phase is where we are. That's where we live now. But it's okay. Just continue to do squat because it just circles. It circles. Get out a sharp knife and just take it off. Take it off. is not circling anything without heroes stepping up in service to white well-being. And you know what else? There is no going back. Because if you go back to times where we lost it all. Did you hear me? How many times? How much fucking brighter does this community have to be than the rest of the fucking white sympathetic sphere? Everything that you could go back to, we lost, idiots. Every fucking thing. We've got to go forward to something that's never been. There ain't no back to fixing shit. It's all lost in the past. We got to go back. We got to go back to when they said that whole group of people were bad and they had to be kicked out. And then they were let back in. And then they were kicked out. And then they were let back in. And then we got to go back when we looked at each other across the imaginary lines and we said the sons of our mothers were inferior to us because they had a different flag and spoke a different language, or maybe the same language and a little bit of a different accent, so we have to invade. There ain't no going back to something that prevents where we are today. I mean, you know what the problem is? If I were some old man or fat or weak and a woman could beat me up, you all would be like, wow, he is a philosophical wizard. He is, listen to the wisdom that he shares there. And they would all go, oh. Everybody, when they would hear me share a piece of wisdom, they would go, oh. That would be the sound you'd have to make. Oh. Everybody would do it if I looked like that. If I were one of these other losers, that's what everybody would do. Hear this piece of wisdom. Everything from the past led to today. Everything from the past led to today. There is no going back that prevents today. Do you understand? We've got to go forward with changes so that this never happens again. Now, I want everybody, and of course, Team White Wellbeing, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about the heroes. I'm not talking about the folks that are here and are heroes, or the folks who are watching replay are heroes. Everybody else needs to get on their knees and do a collective, I know. I'm totally handsome in the way that a man should be handsome, not pretty-faced. I'm handsome in the way that a man should be handsome. I'm muscular. I whoop ass. I can kick the shit out of most people, no problem. I was a star athlete. And yet, I'm also brilliant and magnificently wise. You're just going to have to get used to the actual paradigm for a hero leader in the West. You're not going to find it on Harry King Potter. You got it? It doesn't come from there. Stop looking for role models that look like movies you've watched, look like characters in movies you've watched. God, we're dealing with this brain-dead shit population. You can't, everybody talking about this entire time across Western civilization. We have all these in the white sympathetic sphere. Want to talk about, we got to go back. We got to go back to maybe and then you have and also illustrating. You want some more wisdom? I can't even, I'm always like in the phase of like sharing the tools of white well-being so we could go. And I don't often have an opportunity to break it down. But I'm going to break another piece of wisdom down for you as we're running out of time for this. I should already spend too much time. I'll break another thing down for you. Listen to these content creators and these other content creators you go listen to. They talk about the story of the world within, we could call it the book of their own existence. That should tell you that you're not talking or you're not listening to a person beyond time like me. You're listening to somebody who is as stuck as you in modernity, as stuck as you in the current shit Western civilization that we live in. The whole world, the story of existence is enveloped in the span of their life, their birth to their present. That's it. That's how they talk about all of it. They are not beyond time. There is nobody out there beyond time but me. And yeah, you heard that right. Make sure you share that far and wide. Everybody else, we have warrior, philosopher, hero,
heroes here in service to white well-being, knights of the white table, and they get it, and they're on board, and they're changing the world. And then we have all these others. They want to talk about going back in time, and they tell the story of all of history within the capsule of their birth to their. So they talk about politics. Just note, here's an easy way to understand it if you're not quite getting it. Listen to somebody, and you can do this very easily with content creators, because they have, if you've been listening to them for a long time, or they have their videos or their audio is up, spread out there for you to go listen to different periods in history. And you listen to when they first started talking about politics, and you listen to over time how their perception of whether or not all is possible or all is lost changes as they age, as they go. Now, I'm not just talking about like from childhood to adulthood. I'm saying as the years go by, their impression is what I'm talking about, the capsule of their own life. So when they get started, they came to you with the argument, and the same thing happens with preachers and priests as well. And you all know it who spend any time like me in church. And I went to them all. I went all the, did you go to all of them? I went out to all the different denominations. I went to the Mormons as well, and the Catholics as well. I went to everybody. And you hear the same thing in the course of those years of their lives, the capsule of their lives. Maybe First Last will come up with a better way to articulate it so that it'll be more easily understood. But when they got started, it was all things possible. We can do all of these different things in politics. We can do all of these different things with God. And then as their years count by, it's just like you see in dictators. And as their personal time ends, they get more and more desperate, and the country they control gets desperate. The same thing happens with CEOs. The same thing happens at church. The same thing happens with commentators. The same thing. And so after the beginning, when all things were possible, when they got started, all things are possible, and we just have to do this, that, and the other thing. As they age, it gets more and more bleak. It gets more and more, this will be the last chance, or that will be the last chance. And if that doesn't happen, then this. And if this is it. It's all, and it just gets increasingly dark, increasingly tenebrous. And then, if they're any good at taking your money away, they know how to pedal in place. They know how to run in place for you. So as soon as everything crumbles, then they'll read something that sounds hopeful. But you can hear in the tenor of their tone, you can see in the context that they deliver based on where they are in the story of their existence and the interest in that particular topic, their own lives and that interpretation of all time from that position. There's no hope. There is no hope. How many times are people born? How many times are people born that their existence, as is everyone's, is capped, is controlled. It has a time is its master. It has a beginning and an end. And yet its mind and soul can see beyond. How many times does that happen? Well, I tell you what, not often. In fact, very rarely. And you see the masses, they're just out there. They don't know how to see it. They're just out there getting it from others. So that we have these men, to go back to the point, if you were able to follow, we have these men who were hard men. They were tough men. They were John Wayne type men. And yet they gave it all up. Yet they lost. And then we get these soft men and ladies in charge. And now, because nobody can be made to feel bad for their behaviors. Nobody can make, Jason, you don't want them to feel bad for just what they're doing. You don't want them to feel bad just because they're different. Yes, I do. Yes, I want them to feel bad. That's exactly what I want. Because we have norms in Western civilization that are being white erased. Because we haven't said, this is the fucking norm. This is what we strive to do. This is optimal in the West. And if you can't meet it, if you can't reach that norm, you fall too far below it, we're going to ridicule you into silence. So you won't be telling anybody about it. And so where do we get? We get to a point where
the oral surgeon. How would you like to be one of his customers? The oral surgeon Gabriel Hirschman. Gabriel Hirschman up there in New York City. And of course, that's where you're going to find Gabriel Hirschman in the boil of New York City, because it's been totally white erased. Don't bother telling me you're a white person and you go there and there's a great vibe or whatever. You're lying. You're lying. I mean, what you're doing is you were like reading the tea leaves of where, well, the Western civilization used to be here. There's so few pieces left here and there, and it's getting colored over and muddied, and you're like, well, those kind of left bits are good. Okay, I'll agree with you there. The tiny little bits that are left that are Western, they're still good. But the rest of the city has Hirschman there, and the oral surgeon. You know what oral is? The oral surgeon. And every day, virtually, hyperbole warranted, he was obsessively, says the lawsuit by his chauffeur, talking about how small his penis is. That's where we've gotten in the West. You need a Western civilization where your doctors think to themselves, if I reveal my sexual sickness to anybody else on planet Earth, somebody might find out that I don't want to know, and before I know it, they'll be at my office, they'll be at my home, they'll be telling all their friends and family. It'll be in the newspapers, it'll be in the community ethno paper, it'll be in the big papers, and they'll all say, what a sick POS, and I'll never be able to work again. No, but that won't happen. That won't happen in the West. No, this guy will probably get more clients, or at least the current business isn't going to be harmed by it. You know, you get to the lawsuits, like you get this. Where did I just read this? The woman who, where was she? Kansas? Where was she? Where was she? Was she somewhere in Kentucky? Was she somewhere in Tennessee? And she denied two guys a marriage license. So go to someplace else and get it. She denied, and now they sued her and just won for millions and millions. This like nobody worked as a civil servant. So that giant lawsuit, that giant victory, what is that? That is a sign of the white erasure of our morals and standards. White people would say, if at a bare minimum, hey, leave this person alone. She doesn't want to do business with you. Go someplace else. At a bare minimum. But instead, you can sue and you just rake in the nothing that you're going to get from the civil servant. I mean, it's everywhere. So what happens? You have people show up and they want to talk about their sexual proclivities, and instead of society saying, we don't want to hear about your sexual proclivities. We don't want to hear about any of your sexual, because this is the public square. If you want to get together, you want to do something outside of the public, but public square has to have optimal standards that we all aspire. We all recognize, okay, I've fallen short here, I'm falling short there, and I fall short of optimal as well. We have optimal in all these different areas, but public square, we have to accept. Everything has this standard. All of it, period. Somebody throw litter on the ground, beat the shit out of them. Standards. That's the kind of standards we have. So far short of talking about what you like to do sexually in public. But instead, we had soft men and women in charge. And they said, but their feelings are just, I don't give a shit about their feelings. I don't give a shit about your feelings. I'm ready to put an end to the bleeding in Western civilization. And it's going to take a lot more people like me who have to come to, and apparently this is somehow difficult, who have to come to the challenges with love, hope, and redemption, and be hard where you got to be hard. Because all of these other people that talk tough, they don't do shit. And we'll talk about them today. All these tough talkers, they just go to jail. They just use tough talk to sit on their asses. They just use tough talk as an excuse to do nothing. What you're doing isn't worth it. The day's going to come. The day ain't going to come nowhere. The day ain't going to come nowhere for you, pussy. You're just a pussy. Everybody tough talking, bring it. You want to talk tough? Then bring it. Because you never do anything. I've met hundreds tough talkers who haven't done a thing. We got women. We got children here advocating for white well-being. You're not doing anything that's challenging or hard in the world. Saying you're going to fight when the day, you're going to fight nothing. Nothing but cowards. All right. I'm fired up today because of the news. Fired up today because of the news. But I do want to give a quick update on the head of the Christian communists, Oliver Anthony, Christopher whatever. Does anybody know his last name? His stage name is Oliver Anthony. The stage name. He's Oliver Anthony. And he's I love that people in music circles that I've noted while skimming are getting fed up with him. And I love that. Because this guy goes out with this song, and I gotta wonder, since he is so at odds with the song Richmond North of Richmond, did he even write it? Don't you think that's a fair question at this point? He's so at odds with Richmond North of Richmond. Did he even write the damn song? I don't know. Actually, you know what kind of interests me? What's this guy's name? Oh, God, his name just slipped me. He's fat. He's got a big shock of like gray hair. Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon is one of these behind the scenes guys that most of what he does that makes a lot of shit happen. And I notice, unless somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Has Steve Bannon been keeping his distance from Oliver Anthony? Has he been? Because if he's been keeping his distance, I'm going to go ahead and put even more on my curiosity that Steve Bannon is somehow behind Oliver Anthony to some degree. Maybe you tell me. Maybe I'm wrong. I haven't been able to pay a lot of attention to this Christian communist. Bible shyster. He's a Bible shyster. Like all these Christian communists, they're cowards. Bible shysters. They want to use the Bible to justify, legitimize their economic Marxist position. The people who want to call everybody communists, and it's just delicious to call them Christian communists. I don't know. Tag me. You let me know if it's the case. So Oliver Anthony, what was it, week ago now, pulls over on the side of the road. And I'm just going to mention this, and we're going to get into Lauren. Maybe it's actually a good way to kind of segue to Lauren, because that's just ridiculous. And then we'll get to our two main items. Lauren Boebert playing with his Beetlejuice. We'll get to that in a moment. And this is these are the Republicans. They're no different. Okay, but let's go. Pulls over on the side of the road, makes this video where he throws the venue, Cotton Eye Joe, I think it's called, and his best friend under the bus. So he's a real class act. He's a real Christian. You know, he's real. When he talks, like, I didn't even get to see. I got to watch this. He's interviewed by Kermit the Frog. And Kermit the Frog spends like the first 10 minutes interviewing Oliver Anthony, talking about himself. I mean, what a narcissistic, drug-addled imbecile. Kermit the Frog. I just want to tell you and I don't even care what you think about my music tastes. I just want to tell you about all the country and Western music I like. My wife and I enjoy it when we go driving. Then he's like this when he's trying to read. His vision is worse than even mine has deteriorated over the years. Move the teleprompter up on this clown. All right, Kermit can't see anymore. I remember Kermit back in the day. I couldn't even see his eyelids. Now he's looking like turning Japanese. I think he's turning Japanese. I really think so. And he's trying to see the teleprompter after listening to that song. Who sang that? What was the band that did that song, Turning Japanese? He's trying to see that, move the teleprompter closer. And he's yelling like the teleprompter is what hears him. This is what passes for conservative leadership now across the West. It's always been ridiculous. I'm not gonna go into my old age watching this shit happen. I will bum rush their stages. This is it. I've had enough. They better have a lot of bouncers. So Oliver Anthony pulls over and whips out his guitar, and he's like, and the venue sucks, and my best friend who's a plumber sucks. No, he didn't take out his guitar, but he should have. He gets on the phone, so you can hear the highway noise. Like, why do you have to pull over on the side of the road? Oh, that's got to be staged. I just got to let people know how mad I am about this. I can't even wait for a parking lot. I've got to pull right over on the side, which is dangerous, folks. Don't do that unless you absolutely have to. Got to pull over on the side of the road and then stand with my back to the woods so people can see trees behind me and they hear the cars going by, and then say, I am so mad. Didn't he look like, it's a perfect example of what I talk about, the sewing circles. Didn't he look like your angry grandmother? That's what he looks like to me. Somebody put a red wig on him. I'm so mad. Good for you. Little pear-shaped grandmother. I don't care. I'm so mad. I'm fit to be tied. I'm fit to be tied. And she probably liked that in her younger years, but not anymore. Gross. I'm fit to be tied. So they're gonna tie him up. Where am I going with that? Why is that staying in my head? So they're gonna maybe it's the Boebert thing. So he gets out there and he's like, hey, my friend, my booking agent, he calls my booking agent. I'm trying to give him a full-time job as a booking agent. He's actually a plumber. Okay, then you better have like infinite patience with him. And nobody give Oliver Anthony any more rope to hang himself with. He is an adult male. He might be a man. He might become a man one of these days, but he's at least an adult male. He's in his 30s. No more about, well, he's new and he's having growing pains. He's not 16. He's in his fucking 30s. When you're in your 30s, when you're in your 20s, and you suddenly have tens of thousands of dollars pouring into you, you are adult enough to be able to decide what you know and what you don't know, where you have to get help with education or where you have to hire people to do things that you don't have the time to get educated to do or that you don't want to do. And that's how things run properly. So it's like coming to me with all of these people coming forward and they want to have all these apologies for this Oliver Anthony. And then they come on, they're like, oh, he's got growing pains. He's getting some stretch marks. He's getting some growing pains. He can feel, he's learning out here. He's learning. What I see is somebody saying, yeah, the 30-year-old man didn't know anything about roofing his house. So he went up there and just decided to just start trying to roof it himself. And now it leaks like a sieve. He can't be blamed. Yeah, he's a total dipshit. So whatever you would think about a man in his 30s who doesn't know anything about roofing and didn't do any education, but decided he was going to get up there and roof himself. And to make matters worse, he decided he was going to hire his friend that is a professional plumber to do the roofing, who knows nothing about roofing, with him. That's the exact same thing as saying to me that I should feel sorry for him, that he's learning still. No, he's a fucking idiot. That's okay. Can we all decide Oliver Anthony is an idiot? Let's just all say this. There's the conclusion. There are a lot of artists in the world that could do wonderful things, various things, and otherwise
They're retarduses. Apparently that holds true for this guy. No more a rope to hang himself with. So I'm trying to, so he's so mad with his friend who is a professional plumber, which, by the way, is a lucrative trade. If you're going to get in the trades, a plumber is the trade where you probably have to know the least. That's not a rag on plumbers at all. Probably you have to know the least, and you still get good money. Believe me, people's toilet and pipes break, and there's emergency calls. You make good money. So if you're thinking about a living, doing something, plumber, you can get right into it and make some money. So this guy's a professional plumber. Oliver comes on and says, I'm going to make you a professional booking agent, and then throws the guy under the bus. Oh, my booking agent, my best friend, the plumber, screwed this up. Well, what's he so mad about? The venue. They're a bunch of rapacious. Look up the word. I will share words with you every now and again. I know folks they're like, don't use those words. People don't know them. They can look them up, all right? I'm gonna just continue tossing them in here and there. I've cut way back since when I first started making videos on YouTube. So look up rapacious. So he didn't say rapacious. He doesn't know the word rapacious. He might find it if he looks up on one of these platforms what rhymes with spacious when he's writing a song, but he's not going to know rapacious. He will know greedy. So the platform is so greedy, or the stage, the venue, they're so greedy. Well, what happened, Oliver? Well, what happened was they're charging people $100 a ticket and $200 a ticket for VIP. They have 1,500 seats. They were allocating, I think, 400 to 500 for VIP, and the rest were going to be regular $100 seats. And he says, that's not going to happen. That's because I'm the pole man. I'm the pole man. It's not south of Richmond. He's west of Richmond, but you have like the dichotomy there, north of Richmond, south of. So I'm the pole man south of Richmond. I'm the pole man south of Richmond. Concerned with nothing but the black kitties in Richmond. Forget all the white kitties in between here and Richmond. It's those black ones that I'm worried about. So he's the poor man, and he thinks nobody should have to pay $100 for a ticket, and that they should pay no more than $40 a ticket, ideally $25 a ticket, and he's going to be canceled. He's going to find another venue if they can't make it work. Well, here's the rub. Cotton Eye Joe venue comes out and says the problem with Oliver Anthony is that he signed a contract with us to be on stage. That's not even working the entire time. I would say that actually strumming the guitar and singing is working. But he signed an agreement with us to be on stage for 60 minutes, 1 hour, 60 minutes, 1 hour, and that we would pay him what he wanted, $120,000. That's the problem, says Cotton Eye Joe venue. $120,000 is what Oliver Anthony wanted for 60 minutes of work. That is more than the average working class family, the median income for working class family in the United States in years of work. Years. You're looking at over 2 years of work that he's going to get paid in 60 minutes. Boy, that's the working man right there. That's the working man's man. He's just represent. Oliver, represent us some more. Represent all us poor working mans that aren't white. I'm waiting for that song about the brown and the black brothers, like Brown does, like General Brown does. We'll be taking a look at his music maybe this coming week. He just wrote another one to try to compete. What a joke. But I'm waiting for that the black and brown and yellow brothers and the red brothers. I'm waiting for that song next. $120,000 is what he wanted for payment for 60 minutes. According to Cotton Eye Joe, of being on stage and however many minutes of work that is. Because he's going to get up there and he's going to read something from the Bible that he'll misrepresent, I'm sure.
And then everybody there will be waiting to actually hear something that they've come for, which is a voice to the rage against their victimization because they are white. Everybody will be waiting for it there. But what a perfect example of a dirtbag, of an absolute, and how easy it is to shell game a conservative, patriotic American. They are just, I'm sorry to say it, they are just as gullible as the day is long. If you go to them and you say, this is for Jesus and America, they'll be like, here's the money. Let me write you some checks. And if you can sing a song about it, oh boy, they're going to love you. It won't matter. You can be stomping on all of their beliefs aside from those two things, Jesus and America. And he's just like, he's no different. He's no different than the televangelists on, as I was saying at the very beginning of our gathering here today on this glorious Sunday in service to white well-being. There are other televangelists on the internet that are at odds with Oliver Anthony, for example, because they're the same thing. There's this little exiguous, but that's redundant character that really hates this Oliver Anthony, and they both do the same. It's for Jesus. It's for Jesus in order to fleece Christians. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Neither one of them living an ascetic Christian life. But the problem is that so many good folks out there, they're like, well, we're all sinners and they'll get there at some point. No, they won't. They're just fleecing you by telling you what you want to hear. Just like I said about the quote from Ford that I created during last week's gathering while I was in the midst of orating gloriously. Henry Ford said if he asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. The country, the West, has got to wake up. I'm not gonna tell you what you want to hear. It's your drug of choice that's leading you into perdition. We're in perdition. That's leading you deeper in the rings of perdition. Jesus is not coming back anytime soon, so forget about that. For those out there who are using that as an excuse to do nothing, forget about it. And the tough talking as an excuse to do nothing, forget about it. You guys are the worst losers of all. Because could you imagine? I'd rather have somebody saying, well, I'm waiting until a giant octopus that controls the universe suddenly appears. I have more respect for that than somebody saying, I'm going to get tough someday. When I have known tough talkers who are now in old folks' homes. They're tough, all right. They're like Jell-O. Their muscles are Jell-O. They couldn't lift a firearm if their lives depended on it. And probably most days at the old folks' home, it does. And they're getting the shit kicked out of them by the people working there. But there's nothing they can do. They were going to be tough one of these days. They were going to be real tough. And now they have their asses cleaned up after they shit themselves. That's how tough they got. Lord, that ain't going to be me. That ain't going to be me. I'm not going to die. I may have been for a while, for a time in my life. I've been given many nicknames over the years in sports and in service to white well-being. One of the ones in service to white well-being was Doc, for Doc Holliday, because the people, this was when I was in a lot of Southern groups, they thought that my attitude and my persona was reminiscent to them of Doc Holliday. But I tell you what, I understand, I could be wrong, somebody could tell me that Doc Holliday died in bed. Well, that ain't, I probably not going to happen for me at this rate. I might be beating the shit out of somebody when I leave this mortar coil. But they're the worst. All right. So where have we gotten to? And I ask, especially because we have so many good, wonderful Christian
participants in service to white well-being. And there's so many good Christians in America that if they got their heads screwed on straight and stopped giving money to these televangelists, one of whom on the internet that they keep throwing money at is already a millionaire. Well, why do you got to keep giving him money? Throwing money at this guy. If they got their heads on straight and started going free, the problem in the United States would be over like this. And we remedy anti-whiteism in the United States, the West is saved. The entire West is saved. The entire rest of the West is saved. We remedy it here in the United States. But we need good Christians to get their heads on straight and start going free. And I'm going to say this, all the good Christians out there that haven't started going free yet, what has all of the investment in preachers, in priests, in the church, in televangelists, what has that done over the course of your life? Has America become more moral or less moral? Okay, if you're honest, you know that they have all failed. So how many years of evidence of their failure do you need to witness before you start investing in something real? How many years? Because that is a testament to how smart or dumb as all hell you are. Right? If you're like, well, it's 50 years and counting, then that means you are a total dipshit. If you're like 5 minutes of failure and I'm bailing on this, that means you are bright. That means you are very bright. So where do you fall in that spectrum? Where do you fall? How bright or dumb are you? Your priest isn't going to do it. Your preacher isn't going to do it. Your televangelist isn't going to do it. A rapper who is a black nationalist, Jay Spurg scumbag that will quote scripture to get Christian dollars isn't going to do it. It just gets worse and worse and worse. I thought when they took the 10 Commandments out of the Alabama State House, how many years ago was that? All the Christians were outside praying. I felt for them. That one guy gets on the ground as they're wheeling the 10 Commandments away. He was praying and praying and praying, and he stayed on his knees, and then he started screaming like a serious 4-year-old, put it back, put it back. Did it work? Did the praying work? Because God holds you in contempt. He thinks you are a soft loser. We're going to have to, I don't know. We're going to have to do something to wake these people up. Because I'll tell you what, we had like example here on Twitter, the Art Acrobats brought my attention to the fact, and we'll be talking about this in a moment, that Musk tweeted about this retired police captain who was viciously murdered by anti-white demons. Musk did not mention anything about his race, but he did mention the murder. And I wrote this back to Art Acrobats. I don't hold out hope or concern myself the way that the rest of the white sympathetic sphere does, that somebody is going to become our guy. I don't have the our guy phenomenon. People in service to white well-being don't have the our guy phenomenon. People in service to white well-being, and I'm not saying that's what Art Acrobats 100% know, is not saying that, but I'm using it to make a point. People in white well-being, we are our guy. We are the people who are doing it. We take the burden on ourselves because we are men and women of the West. We take the burden on ourselves to make the actual change, to do the things that we can clearly, and everybody can clearly see, are changing the world in a moral way, to put an end to our victimization. Everybody else has the our guy phenomenon because they don't do anything, because they're powerless, because standing on a corner and holding up a sign that is not of the lexical or dialectical power of white well-being has proven useless for generations, and they know it. So they know they're not doing anything. Distributing leaflets for another political party, they know they're not doing anything. Deep down, they know it's feckless. And so that's how they, and then everybody else is just doom documenting. Everybody else is just going to these content creators and saying, well, tell us how bad it is. Tell us about what's going on and how bad it is. And then, oh, something good happened? Yay, we take credit for it. When they never got off their asses, they've never done anything. They have this phenomenon of, is he our guy? Is he our girl? Yeah, remember the leader in Italy? What was her name again? Meloni? She was baloney. I told you all that. Team White Wellbeing told you all that from the beginning. And yet, across the white sympathetic sphere, especially the explicit white sympathetic sphere, but also to a lesser degree in the implicit white sympathetic sphere, we saw these people all excited about this woman. And look what happened. How do I know it's always going to end up like that? It's always going to end up like that unless they are using the formula that undermines the psychological warfare being used against us. All right. That's where that's at. Hope y'all are having fun. We'll go we'll go and have a look now. And before I get real fired up, we're going to go and have a look at I've been here for an hour and a half, and I tell you what, I feel like it's been 10 seconds of fire and brimstone. And that's what I'm sorry. You know what? I maybe it's because the first churches I attended, well, that's not exactly true. The ones that I were aware of, I guess, more so, were Baptist, Southern Baptist. So I got some fire and brimstone, although they were already gelded. They were already just totally gelded. They might yell and here or there raise their voice like they wouldn't do in other denominations or at the Catholic Church, or definitely not at the Mormon Church. And they would, all good people though, they might raise their voice every now and again, but they're just yelling out in, what is it, high falsetto. They're like, I don't have any balls. That's what happened to them from anti-whiteism. Anyhow, so morality. Why is the morality sunk to the level that the people who are fighting the most openly anti-whites in the United States, those people call themselves the demon dingleberries on Satan's ass, aka Democrats. And so they're supposedly our great champions. They're supposedly our warriors out there. They're on the front lines with Buddy Brown, General Brown on the front lines, and Oliver Anthony on the front lines for us to push back against our endless victimization. And what ends up happening to these folks? Well, we see this wonderful Boebert. Boebert. That sounds like the name of a Muppet, doesn't it? I'm pretty sure it sounds like, I'm confident it sounds like the name of a Muppet. But let's just pull this up here. Nope, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Hey, that's me. Where is it? Oh, here she is. Oh. Let's have a look at Boebert. Lauren Boebert. Boebert. All right. How's everybody doing, by the way? How y'all doing? Are we having fun? We're having fun. Jason's fired up. How does Jason do it? How does he do it? Because I am hyped up on the spirit of the West, and I can't take it anymore. And it's kind of been that way since I dedicated my life to serving our people when I was 12 years old. So you can kind of trust that I'm all in. After all these years of service, you can kind of trust that I'm all in. All right. Let's see what old Boebert was up to. She was playing with his Beetlejuice. Playing with his Beetlejuice in the theater. Lauren Boebert. Should I maybe start doing like a
a reading as different people around. Maybe I should practice my my different accents again. I told you all, I used to be very good at a number of different accents. I could do like a Southern plantation owner. Lauren Boebert apologizes. I will say, and then people will show up and be like, wow, I didn't think that guy would talk like that, and then immediately click off. Lauren Boebert apologizes as CCTV shows boyfriend fondling her at Beetlejuice. So they totally missed. Whoever is the writer of the article titles needs to be fired. And I will gladly do it for 6 figures a year. And then of course they're anti-white here. So they start the controversial. That's how they always start off. The controversial Colorado Congresswoman. I'm so happy we have Congresswomen. Is Kate here? Do we have more females in Congress? Yes or no? What about the Senate? I mean, this is what happens, yeah? This is where we go. This is where we go. Controversial Colorado Congresswoman finally apologized for her behavior that got her kicked out of the production. Who is happier than a lark right now? Does anybody know? Oh, Susanna, oh, won't you ride for me? I've come from Alabama with a token on my knee. Oh, Susanna is happy today. I tell you what, she is happy. Here in Virginia, the sewer of Virginia, the once great state of Virginia, she's running as to be a delegate in Virginia for Democrats, and she's going to win, I hope. State Rep Susanna is going to win because now her little activity of just making some porn on the webcam. I mean, hey, yeah. I mean, if you can have a troll get elected in Pennsylvania, a genuine troll. Let's be serious. If you and I came upon that troll in the woods, we would kill him, right? I mean, he's a troll. He's an actual troll in World of Warcraft. We would think, oh my God, let the sun hit him because that will kill him. And so we would talk to him until the sun came up and he would die. He would suddenly be stoned. Or is that trolls? Do they die from sun in World of Warcraft? Maybe I'm wrong. But I mean, he's a troll. If you can get him elected, and if you can get a corpse elected, of course, by way of not cheating or anything in this totally corrupt West, a veritable corpse can get elected. And I don't know, is this true? I read this the other day. Tell me if this is true. Is it true that President Trump won every single state in present voting? So people who showed up to vote, in-person voting, Trump won every single state. Is that true? And Trump lost every single state for mail-in voting. Is that true? If that factoid is true, wow. If that is true, then I'm not going to run over those mail-in boxes with big trucks, but I wouldn't be surprised if that happened the next election cycle. I wouldn't be surprised if people just started running those things over so that there would be no place for these mail-in ballots by the millions and millions and millions and millions. I am not going to do it. And you shouldn't do it either. But we will all marvel at those who do, if it happens. So if that can happen, then Susanna, she can have it. She should change her porn name to Susanna. This hot wife, whatever experience, hot wife experience. No, Susanna. Maybe that'll be her new campaign motto. She is jumping for joy up and down on her husband. They paid a lot of tokens for it. Jumping for joy because Boebert was in a movie theater the other day where she went to watch Beetlejuice. Great movie. I think it's a funny movie. I can't even remember all the meme pathogens that are in it. Maybe I should go back and find them. But it was a funny movie. And so she goes to watch a Beetlejuice at the theater, and she was vaping in the theater. And no, don't do that. No, this is a public space. This is shared air. Don't do it. Even if it's just it's going to be, it's going to interfere with the visual experience if the vapor gets in people's way. But also, don't put that out into the air. This is shared air. So if you want to vape, then do it before and after the movie. Unless it's a specific environment where they say, yeah, bring your vape in. Yeah, why not? This is like heroin den now. Just smoke the opioids, whatever. Welcome to America 2023. And so she goes in there and she ends up getting thrown out. Well, she has like a spat with the people. She yells at them. And supposedly, I don't know if it's true or not. Do you know who I am? And all of this kind of business. And it might be true. And looks like 30% of Congress is women. And the Republicans are most excited about this. Is at the federal level. The Republicans were most excited because they had more women than men running for new seats. That's your Republican Party. Oh, goody. Tell Betty at the sewing circle. Yay, Betty. More girls. Girl power, am I right? More girls. So they can go fondle guys' Beetlejuices in the theater. Yay. That's what we need for. No, we don't need. If you want to know how America is going to be saved, you want to know how the West is going to be saved, you got to look to the creators, where the Patrick Henrys and the high points, like the Andrew Jacksons, were they like the girls? Were they like the girls? How about the George Washington? George Washington has been totally misrepresented. George Washington said, we're going to sail across this. I don't care if you don't have shoes or feet. I don't care. You're going to get in. I don't care how cold it is. I don't care if it's the middle of winter. I don't care if the river is covered in ice. We're going to get in the middle of the night. We're going to row across. And then we're going to kill the British in their sleep. That was the real George Washington. So take that powder wig off this guy and all of these paintings that had a meaning, a ceremonial meaning for that time. Doesn't have meaning for us. It makes them sing pathetic now. Don't show us this like doddering old guy. He should have probably, looking back now, he should have just said, okay, I'll be king. Okay, I'll be king. But I guarantee you, Mrs. Washington was like, come away, come away. So let's start seeing the George Washington that is mean as all hell and cut up and bloody and saying, let's kill them in the night. Let's start seeing that one, because that one's serious. And that's the attitude you have to have. That's the attitude you have to have, that if you are going to reclaim our destiny, you combine the manliness with love. And for everybody out there that says, oh, you can't combine those two things. You can't have that. You're showing, your ignorance is showing, and it's even smaller than your penis. This lack of knowledge is even smaller than your little ding dong. And that's what happened with Boebert. She was like, where is it? Where is it? If you see the CCTV. So you need to combine love, because love is what motivates us. Love for those things that we love is what enables us to say enough is enough, and you're not coming a step further. And if you don't get it, then you can never be a man. You can never be a woman. If you're one of those people out there that think, oh, we've got to hate. We got to hate. You are a shallow, hollow-headed, small-dicked loser. You have no idea. No one out there, and I've demonstrated it so many different ways. Maybe we need more memes from our meme gods and goddesses about this. No one risks their life and fortune for what they hate. Not one iota. Not a scintilla. I guarantee you. This is how diseased our population is. What I just said right there was deep wisdom. And if I looked Jewish and was old, then everybody would be saying, oh, he's so brilliant, because they've seen so many old Jewish actors in the role as the wise person, the healer, the prophet, the etc. Everywhere they look in the movies and everywhere, they would suddenly be like, oh, I said, oh, you all would be doing that from earlier. Oh. But because I look Germanic and I'm robust and healthy and vigorous, then you're just like, oh, he's just sharing his opinion. And everybody has one. Everybody's opinion is the same. As you say that, covered in tattoos, and you're sipping out of your Diet Coke from 7-Eleven, and you're eating your Hot Pocket. I mean, just shut up. I'm just disgusted with you. If that's you, I'm disgusted with you. Let's talk about Boebert. So she's out there, has finally issued an apology for the behavior that got her kicked out of the Colorado production of Beetlejuice or Beetlejuice. But critics feel that her apology is too little too late, because if she's not, it's why, folks? It's because she's not anti-white enough. If she's anti-white enough, she can be having sex with children. And then they'll say, well, it's understandable. In this world that is afflicted with the white man is just called, so that's understandable. And that's an understandable addiction to have as well. I mean, just look at the babies. Don't you just get totally aroused when you see babies? Have you heard of guillotine? This is wonderful Frenchman from history. We're going to have a look at what he suggested. Here we have, so that she wasn't anti-white enough. Don't, like Russell Brand, don't come to her defense. Like Boebert, if she ever does anything against anti-whiteism, and that's the thing, Lauren Boebert can be a goddess. At the moment, she says anti-whiteism is the problem. And then the very next moment, she's got to prove it to me all over again. Show me again, Lauren. Show me again that you're gonna be worthy of my praise. Because the very next moment, if she decides not to do that, well, then she's scum. No longer does she not get my praise, but she gets my antipathy as a consequence. Does it make sense? Are you learning from me about how to view the world so that we can recapture our destiny yet? You should be. Learn from me. Learn from the knights of the white table who are in the live chat. Learn from the champions from Team WWB. Maybe we could say Team WWB. A little bit of a tongue twister there. TWWB. I like it because a lot of tards out there won't be able to say it. Look at over there. Everything going wrong all the time, and it's got hiccups over there. Is it clear for you on Odyssey or not? That's how you should think about everybody. Don't ever look at anybody in public service or elsewhere and say, oh, well, I'm going to make an excuse for him this time. This is like getting slowly into my Ronald Reagan. Maybe I'll have to do the Ronald Reagan again. Don't do that. Don't make excuses for these people. Don't say you know what their real feelings are. You don't know shit. All these conservative people coming to me and all pissed off about being critical of Oliver. You don't know what's in his heart. Either do you. I'm just reading his actual words. Go back to sniffing your cat's litter box. Daily Mail is reporting that Boebert, who was removed from a theater after she was caught on camera getting fondled by her boyfriend, Quinn Gallagher. Oh, Quinn. She probably is dating him for the first name. That's how frivolous females are. I'm not shitting you either. I mean, so many females, the percentage of females out there that would date a guy just because his name is Quinn is high. And that's sad. Something has to be done. Like, they're not allowed to leave the house or talk anymore. Something has to be done. I don't know what it's going to be, but something has to be done. So Quinn Gallagher. So, and she was vaping an e-cigarette. And then what she did, according to this rag here, I don't know if it's true. Maybe it is true. It's probably true. She blamed it because she's female, and females can never be responsible for anything. The vast majority of them never say, I was right, I was wrong. And I remember my father, telling me, like, if you mess up, own it and fix it. And then as I grew up and I started experiencing the world, I realized that if you screw up as a man, I will go in there, be a man rather. I will go in there and I will say, I did this, I screwed that up. I'm going to make sure it doesn't happen again because I own it. Then it's mine. It's not theirs. It's not somebody else's. And then if I own it, I can fix it. If I own it, I can do better. But females never do anything wrong. Never. If you are a guy who has ever known a girl, then you know this. Not all of the time, but probably all of the women. At least some of the time. Maybe that'll be a new slogan. It'll be, you made me. Like, how many times have you had a female give you the false apology, the bullshit apology? How many times, guys? It's like every guy's hand goes up in the world. Some guys do this too. And you know what? Some of them are tough talkers that I've met or that I've talked to online. It's crazy how that happens, isn't it? The same kind of guy that will talk tough is the same kind of guy who will imitate this very female little girl behavior of the bullshit apology. A bullshit apology is when they apologize for something they didn't actually do. So they've done something to piss you off, and then they'll apologize for something else. Total bullshit apology. Guys, never allow, and if you're one of those very unlucky women and you're in a relationship with a guy that does that, you probably already know it because you fall asleep when you're having sex. But if you're in a relationship with a guy who's doing that, then I feel sorry for you. But make sure these people know that they did not apologize for what they did wrong. Don't let them do it. Always rake them on the coals for that. No, you will apologize for what you actually did. So, and then as part of that is this whole, yes, I did that, but you made me. But this other circumstance made me. But this, so I'm sorry I didn't get it. And that was the other one. There's so many of them that come into mind. I'm sorry I didn't do it exactly as you would like. Oh, because the problem is on the guy's side of the equation. Apparently, the problem is on the guy's side of the equation, the husband of Boebert, because she said she apologizes for what she did in the theater, but it's because of her divorce. So what does she say here? The past few days have been difficult and humbling. So she blames it on her divorce that she did this in a movie theater. Not just that's her own behavior. That's what she did. She's got to own it. That's what Quinn did. He's got to own it. No, it's the divorce. It's this difficulty I'm having with this guy. So he's really causing it. Past few days, there's no perfect blueprint. Okay. This is so pathetic. This is so pathetic. And I'll get to my opinion about what they were actually doing. What they were actually doing, and this is available everywhere. Don't go watch it now, you pervert. Watch it when we're done. While they're in this movie theater, night vision camera clearly picks up that Quinn reaches over and fondles her breast, and then she reaches over and searches for his genitals. Now, of course, the anti-whites are saying that she fondled his penis and this kind of stuff. That, of course, leads you to believe that his pants were open or down. That's not what happened. I mean, let's be honest about what happened. She reached for the crotch. That's what she did. But I apparently have a critic in the live chat. And so let me have a look at where this critic is talking about me having kids, maybe. Talking about me not having kids. Where is this? Who is the critic in the live chat that is saying that I am not allowed to criticize women? Is that what it is? Okay, she's talking about Oliver Anthony, and men aren't allowed to criticize what? Men aren't allowed to criticize what? So upset that I'm critical of Oliver. So you don't believe his words, Cupcake? Is that what's going on? You don't believe his words when he throws his best friend under the bus and the venue under the bus, and he throws all of conservatives under the bus? We watched the video here. His words you don't believe? You know what's really in his heart? He's a man in his 30s, and yet he needs to be given leeway to understand how to operate in the world in his 30s? I mean, do you think he's like a vegetable? He doesn't know how to hire someone? He doesn't know how to hire someone to do jobs he doesn't know how to do? Is that what you're saying? Let's see. Let me do a search. I'm not seeing for some reason. And then we'll get to the story. Huh. Okay. Okay. Catherine, he's not creating a pro-white wave. That is, I don't know how you could have you been to a neurologist lately? Have you seen the kinds of things that he says and white people say who are open supporters of his about focusing on the well-being of white people? You're not going to get to the well-being of white people without saying it. So you need to stop giving your opinion on this. Because if your opinion is that we're going to get to white well-being by not talking about the victimization of white people, which Oliver explicitly said this isn't for white people. He even said it's not for working class people. We covered that here too. Not just for them. It's for everybody. That's without question, indubitably not going to create anything good for white people. We have generations of evidence of it. So Catherine is saying that I'm not allowed to have, can you believe this? A woman telling a man, a white man, when and where he can have an opinion. How about shut the fuck up? How about that? How about shut your fucking mouth? How about that? No woman's going to tell me what to do. When I can have babies, when I have babies, part of the reason why I don't have children
is because frivolous, airheaded white women during their good years focused on the top 10% of prettiest face guys. And I decided I didn't want to reproduce with them after they got done being passed around like a party favor. So that would be the reason for that. And so you are going to feign to tell me, a man of the West, when and where I can have an opinion. Please tell me that you're joking. Please tell me that that was a joke, and I want you to say, I apologize, sir. Because this is not in this place, in this future we're building, women are not going to dominate men like they do today. It's not happening. No woman dominates me, and it ain't about to start. Can't have an opinion. Better say that you're joking. All right. Well, I'll just wait for you to come along and apologize, sir. You can't give your opinion. Seriously? Do you think I'm your husband? Do you think I'm your cucked husband? Well, my husband's not a cuck. He's so tough that I talk to men like I dominate them. Well, this is the conservative world. Also, in a nutshell, is this females dominating males, and it's how we are where we are. Just like that little story, she couldn't get into America because America is so heartless, and then all these females that dominate the household are going to be saying, she bowed in. And then the husband, because she has all the social and legal power in the West that he gave her, and then she ended up abusing it, he can't say anything in response because she'll just make the household miserable. She will deny sex to him. She'll threaten that she'll go to the courts or tell the neighbors that he's abusive and all this other kind of bullshit. You know, the day's got to come when there are so many false claims from women across the West that they're being abused by the husband. It's so abusive. And then you find out the reality every single time that there isn't any abuse. It's just the time of the month for her. She's just a bitch. She just wants to dominate, and she's not getting her way as a baby. The day has to come when she goes to the neighbors and says, he's verbally abusing me. And they say, what did you do to deserve it? Women of the West will be treated like queens. Females will be treated like shit. That's how it will work. All right. She responded. We'll get to final thought about this and then into these stories, featured stories that have me. I've already kind of talked about them a lot, haven't I? But she says, don't put words in my mouth, please. Okay. Thank you for the please. I am saying that you men putting women on a pedestal is right. And I am saying that you men putting women on a pedestal is right and good. Women on a pedestal do not dominate men. No. With this phrase, putting on a pedestal, can be defined many different ways. So this women are, the only way that women can be put on a pedestal is if men are put on a higher pedestal. Then women can be put on a pedestal. Men are put on a higher pedestal. Women are put on a lower pedestal. Because the implication of this put on a pedestal is to be above, is to be better. And if you're above, you're better, then you have what you have at every American, every Canadian, every British, all across the West household. The female gets upset, and then everybody's like, oh God, what do we got to make it better. What can we do for you? What can we do, honey? How can we make it better? No, I don't think so. That's done. That shit is done. Or the race is done. That's the reality of it. That shit is done, or the race is done. All right, we're going to keep moving. And if you respond anymore, then I will see. Hopefully, Catherine, we will just chalk this up to a misunderstanding. You were playfully saying, Jason, since you don't, because that's really rude as hell, isn't it? Jason, since you don't have any children, which is not your fault, Jason, you're totally fertile. But females, white females, are scum and use all of their best years skin everybody in town. When they could be peer pairing and settling down and starting a life and everything. No, that's not what they're doing. But Jason, you don't have any children. So when you do have some kids, then you can give an opinion. I mean, seriously, Catherine? Seriously. And to know why guilt? I mean, what have I said that has given you the impression that I would lower myself at all to a female's baseless criticism? Females can give me suggestions. Men automatically give me suggestions because no man is impudent enough to say, this is what you're doing, Jason. You're going to do this. Here's your problem, Jason. No, men come to me with suggestions. And so women will do the same thing, or you will receive the same fire a male would receive for trying to talk that way to me. So just know that. You give me respect. I'm not your husband. I'm not your son. I get respect. Good God. So we'll chalk it up to you were trying to make a little funny. It was kind of, not the right thing to do, insulting me. And then we'll leave it at that. That I can give my opinion, which happens to always be right, and predictions, which happen to always be right. And you can be angry over it quietly. All right. So here in this theater, now I just want to make clear when it comes to, if you want, in my opinion, because I'm not a prude, you're not going to find me like in a pew somewhere fretting over some PDA. You're not going to find me saying, "Oh God, we carnal things are awful." No, I'm not that way. I'm not that way at all. In fact, if and when I want it, I take it where I want it and when I want it. So the issue here is that if you want to be in a movie theater and you want to play around a little bit, then you cannot be in a theater with children or young adults, or you can't be somewhere where like children or young adults or whatever could see. Like they didn't get naked in the theater. So I'm not like, it's not hurting me. Like if an adult saw Quinn grab her breast, I mean, if I saw Quinn grab her breast, I'd probably be like, right on. I mean, if I don't know what they look like, I might be like, if they look good, then I would probably be like, damn, I would too. And then go back to watching the film. But you can't have that. And it looks in the video like there are young people in this theater. So this is, now we're talking about like, hey, public forum, you've got to, if you're just with a bunch of adults that are present, and, and if I looked over and I saw her, groping for his little guy, I would probably think, damn, he's lucky. Maybe. I mean, in the dark, I might not. It depends on how she looks, obviously. I mean, if she's like hideous, I would probably be like, wow, sucks for him. But if she looks good, then I would probably say, damn, go get it. Go get it. Find it. Go find it. I know you can find it. That would be funny. Come on. If I said that, if I was in the theater and she was like searching for it like that, and I said, you'll find it, that would be hilarious. But not with children or what have you around. Adults they're not naked. You're not seeing private bits. Come on. Let's have some sense. And of course, the anti-whites are going to act like they're gut shot over the breach in like morality or whatever. Give me a break. As they traipse off to Epstein Island and all these other places. Can you believe? Give me a break. So, and by the way, no shame there. And this is why that hypocrisy thing is such a joke. Just last week, we're talking about old Susanna. She's literally totally naked with her husband doing all kinds of sex things on camera for people free. And then she has you want to pay for extra sex things. You can pay in tokens to get that. Democrats are like, so? You saw even some of the articles. After I did the show on the gathering on Sunday, I saw articles where they were saying, they were like, what's the big deal? Let her, this is what she's doing. Let her run. If the people are okay with it, then they will, vote for her or not, whatever. I hope she gets elected. Because we can just make all kind of fun about it, talk about her and her videos and etc. moving forward. But then just days later, they're like, Boebert got groped on the outside of her clothing in the pitch black and then groped around for Quinn's unit in the pitch black. But this, at bottom line, this is something that when we're saying who is leading in the defense against those victimizing us, you've got Lauren Boebert. This is her. A female. First of all, you shouldn't have a female in charge. Let's get real. What ends up happening? The female's in charge. Oh, well, she marries a guy. She rides the whatever that's going to be in life to success, or in her case, success. And then she's like, man, I'd rather, now that I'm in the public eye and I'm getting all of these suitors coming up to me, I'll just divorce you. I'll just divorce you and I'll just go get this others, have fun with a suitor over here. Who cares about the kids? Who cares about, the female out there in charge? Great. It'd be one, if it were a man who is in charge and he's a real man of the West and he takes his lady somewhere and it's clear that they're doing something, but you can't, see anything, then I'm like, he's all man. That's the way it works. That's nature. Nature called, and that's the way it works. No more of this idea that like women could do the same thing, because women couldn't do that with everyone they wanted. Women could have sex 100 times a day if they wanted. You're accomplishing nothing. You're just ruining, you're boring out the block, and you're ruining your life, and no guy is going to want you. So you've done nothing. Let me get to the stories I actually wanted, these big stories. And we're at just past 7 Eastern time on an epic Sunday gathering. Let's pull that baby down. And let me see what y'all are saying real quick. And we'll get to these items that I'm very interested in. We have here, who do we have? We have the great Azimuth Clark is here. Ivan the Horrible is here. Franklinator is here. Klomp is here. Great to see you. Jimmy is here. Jay Bishop is here. Scott is here. Representative Dan Crenshaw
is here. Hello to you. Dennis, White Calling, Melissa, Lance, Herman, Slaughtz, Brandanger, Samusi. Lance is here. Herman is here. Sliding through. Of course, we know that Catherine is here. She says, I'm saying that mothers have traditionally been shown extra respect because of what they go through. Mothers are shown additional respect. They shouldn't be shown any more respect than fathers. The role of fatherhood, as we have seen, is been diminished. They've lowered the value on it because it was an attack on the white family. And as a consequence, the father plays a very little role. And if you would take polls of white people today, because that's what I'm concerned with, you would find that a great many white people, a much higher percentage, feel that the father's investment and the father's care is of less value, when the reality is that it's more like a seesaw. In the very beginning, it's more the mother's care, in my opinion. But then as the children age, it's far more the father's care. And then it's that way for the rest of their lives. That is relevant. Far more. I've met some over the years, a few very well-adjusted females compared to most. And you know the one thing that was true in every case? Well-adjusted in that they were out in the world, they were living in the world, they were making their career in the world, and that's where I came across them. I wouldn't have had an opportunity to come across them if they were like already married and with children and at home and caring for them, doing the right thing. You know the one thing that was the same in all of those cases? There weren't many, but it was the same in all of them. They were all raised by their fathers. No mother. All raised by their fathers. And then Catherine, don't act like I misunderstood you. Now she's like, typical, like we're talking about females, like, you misunderstood me. Whatever. You know what you wrote. Own it if you can. Are you going to be a woman of the West who can own when she fucked up? Or are you going to be one that's going to say, you're misunderstanding me, for fuck's sake? What's it going to be? White Calling is here. Strolling through the champions. Mestizo Koff is here and says, remember that blonde model from South Africa? Charlie Theon? She wasted her best years and now has 2 adopted gender-confused non-white children. Oh my God. Are you serious? Yeah. Could you imagine? That's some of the most shocking. Well, but still, I mean, for any of them to use their highest sexual market value years on just screwing the prettiest guys that are out of their league, they're not going to stay with you. Why aren't your mothers telling you this? The mothers are like, go out there, sow your oats, be a whore, honey. You deserve the prettiest guy in town. Seriously? The mother should say, look in the mirror. You don't deserve. You're not going to get him for more than a night or 2 months. So move along to somebody that is your peer level on looks, and make sure that you are mesh well in all of the other areas so that you can have a good life. Instead, they're like, you deserve him. Do what you got to do. And then she's out there. She's like, guess what I have? What all the others have too? So dumb. We need the good women of the West who are here, and increasingly, this is where the good women of the West show up. And it's why you see that the women of the West who are here on Team White Wellbeing are far more productive
for the good of our people and putting an end to our victimization, then all of the guys and all the rest of the white sympathetic sphere combined. Think about that. The guys in the rest of the white sympathetic sphere, you take all of their efforts and you combine them, and they've done less good. In fact, it's a net negative compared to the women of the West in service to white well-being who are here. Genuinely, look at that. That's a no shit. I'm the kind of person who always gives credit where credit is due. I will be acerbic as all hell where criticism is due. And I have always and will always give credit where credit is due. That's how you engender the actual champions. If you make things politics, they say it's like politics and friendship, politics and sports, politics. If it's always like these weird floating standards, then you'll never get to a point where you are engendering the best. And that's what we need to do in service to white well-being, is engender the best. And so what we have here when it comes to the females of the white race that show up, they become, or they were when they showed up, and that's why they came to the right place, women of the West. And then they go out into the world and they do far more, each one of them individually, than all of these guys, these boys out there. I would much rather stand shoulder to shoulder with the women of the West who show up in service to white well-being than the guys in the white sympathetic sphere, because they're going to run and they're going to do nothing. All right. Celine is here. Herman is here. Melody is here. It's wonderful to see all of you, men and women of the West. Melissa says that women hate it when she says, "Bring our mothers home." Finger is here. Archangel says, "When my anti-white mother ruined my family and took me from my father, she went crying back to her father. The first thing her father said was, 'What did you do?' Good for him. Good for him." And I bet you that she was cussing guys when she ran back to a guy. Matthew is here. Biospirit of the West is with us. Biospirit said that she's hyperventilating right now. No white guilt. I bet so. Well, I'll see when we get back down to the bottom if she was able to own that she did something wrong, or if she's going to act like it was a big misunderstanding and I blew it way up. FFS. We'll see. We'll see. Just like every interaction with a girl, no matter how old she gets. Scott says, "Jason, funny when you said cupcake." Thank you, my friend. I told there was a woman at a business that I had gone to. I was trying to do some business with this business, and she was a boss there. And she came out and she said this totally disrespectful thing to me. Like she was just this boss bitch. And I was like, hold on, cupcake. And my God, it reoriented reality real fast. Real quickly. Put up with that shit. White Calling says, "Don't make Jason roll up his sleeves." No, I don't know. Maybe what she was hoping for was that I'd take my belt off. Gothic is here. Marlene is here. Hello. Cool Papa J Magic. Great to see you, brother. Scott said, "Jason, wow," to something I said. White Calling said, "Preach, Jason." Lance is with us. He said, "Feminist." Matthew repeated me saying, "Do you understand, cupcake?"
Let's see. Rolling along. The real Vincent is with us. Now, in all seriousness, I want Catherine to just realize what she did, apologize, and no hard feelings. I don't hold, guys, we don't hold hard feelings like most females do. Not all, but we don't hold hard feelings like most females do. Not all of us, but Foxtrot 1 is with us. JK160 is here. If you're like, Jason, I'm sorry I did that, I'll never do it again, I'll be totally fine with you. For real. Cooking dinner for the kids with no white guilt. Awesome, brother. Thank you. Okay. Oh, all right. So look, further up the line here, Catherine says, I'm joking. So if she's joking, it says right there, Catherine wrote, I'm joking. So she was joking. She didn't mean that. Appreciate you writing that. Thank you very much. No hard feelings for you. Save Western Civilization Now is with us. Who else is here? Machiavelli sucks. Victorian Time Traveler. Spud Ruckus and Southern Bloom are both here. Hello to you both. And Rapunzel is here. Dear little Rapunzel. And thank Carlisle for getting me the data on Congress. Thank you so very, very much for that. The Republicans celebrating there being more females on their side running for office than what was it that the Democrats were running, or more females than males that were up for office. That's what it was. Can you imagine being happy about? And I say that though, but I mean, Republicans they're anti-white as all hell. They'll brag about non-whites, and which of course is ipso facto to us that they're bragging about fewer white males. So every time the Republicans say that, what they're saying is we are celebrating today that there are fewer white males running in our party for office. Why, if you're a white male, would you vote for people that are behaving that way, that are celebrating that? I've always said, you just look at what they claim to want, look at actually what they are striving for, look at the outcomes, and then see what they celebrate. Then you understand your victimizer. If you're listening to all of their pretexts, then you're going nowhere. You're just getting embroiled in the fog of war, the fog of logomachy. You're getting embroiled in it, and you can't come to truth or accuracy in any way, shape, or form. And it's from that understanding that you then can craft, that misunderstanding that you then craft erroneous plans that, of course, can't work. Did you know many people today don't know about the Battle of Trenton, where the Continentals fought German mercenaries? That's right. They have no idea about our American history. Oh, they've absolutely been given a history of America that is in keeping with the anti-white narrative. And that's how it's always been, unfortunately, for all of our lives. The further you go back, the more that you can get, or the more you got, depending on your age, that in some way, shape, or form represented what actually happened. It still wasn't a history that I believe was told with the objective in mind of securing our well-being into the future. It was too archaically white. And there are things about white people that we got to get rid of.
And one of the things we've got to get rid of is this idea that we have to research and study and arrive at historical truths that are per this particular endeavor. It could be out in the field doing research, historical research. It could be in the libraries. That per this particular endeavor is more closely aligned with the truth. Those endeavors serve this like invisible master of what they believe is objectivity, when in reality it's not closer to truth by being less beneficial to us. But that's what these people think. You find it all throughout the academic circles. It's been in the West for a very long time. This disease. It's a disease. This idea that something is truer if it's less beneficial to us. And that is absolutely false. So you have researchers go out into the field, or as I say, it could be the literal, like digging up soil samples and looking for broken shards of pottery, or out at Library of Congress and studying from different books. And their goal, though, is to find a more perfect truth. And the measurement of that is how little does it actually benefit our people. Just look now. Now that I've said it, you'll see it every time. You'll suddenly be like, holy shit, you're right. Every single measurement of these researchers or historians about how right or true or correct they are is determined by how little it benefits white people and the countries we built. And that disease has been with us for a very long time. We've got to get rid of it. We've got to in fact, jail the historians and researchers who serve this invisible God of so-called objectivity, whose measurement, whose metric is how harmful or how little the benefit it is to our people and the countries we create. All of our history should be written to benefit us now. That's it. Nobody's going to ever be there. And I'm not talking about like gross historical lies. But when it comes down to it, the past has to serve the future. If the past doesn't serve the future, you get what we have today. And what do I mean by the future? I mean our people, the flesh and blood and spirit of us moving forward through time. Now, if I were Jewish looking and old, everybody would say, oh, so wise. Or if I were real skinny and emaciated and couldn't fight my way out of a wet paper bag, then people would be like, oh, smart. But since I say it and I'm built like I'm built, then people just ignore it. People are just like, You know, you should tell people, like when you see them, you should say, Jason is, no white guilt, is so much more intelligent in various ways you could say this than whatever this content creator is that you are obsequious before. That you truculate. You're just little trucklers truckling on their teats of stupidity. So smart because did you see how little he is? Did you see how much he looks like Harry Potter? Or did you see how zany he is? Like he's cooked himself on drugs like me. You know, if you've cooked yourself on drugs, you shouldn't be looking for somebody who also cooked themselves on drugs. I shouldn't have to tell this to people. We're going to get into, you know what? Yeah, let's get into these items and then we'll get to the financial gifts. Let's get into these news items for the people who matter, the people who are still here, and everybody else can piss off. So let's pull up. No, we want to do the. Is this it? Yeah. My God.
I tweeted about this, and you all are probably seeing this everywhere. And I'm inclined to think that people in our circles got it right when they saw this. And we'll do the test for everybody else. Did you get it right? Footage shows teen. Of course, this is a euphemism used for really any anti-white. In most cases, it's a non-white anti-white, but really any anti-white, they will call teens if they, in some way, shape, or form, inflict some sort of an injury that contradicts the anti-white narrative, which states that all non-white people and all victim group, these privileged group folks, are all good. And if they ever do wrong, it's because the white man made them or set up a situation that caused them to do no good. So this certainly this behavior contradicts. So what they don't want to tell you is that these were two black anti-whites. That's what they don't want to tell you. What matters about these people? That they're anti-white. That's what matters. Who should you have thought about immediately when you saw this footage and heard about this? Who was the very first person, or what was the very first thing you should be thinking about? If you said you thought about the black race and all the data that Jared Taylor has given you about the black race and the negative experiences you've had with the black race, no matter how false or true, you're wrong. And it's okay, because you can go right. Your first thought should be for this white guy on this bicycle, his life and his family. The way you can test whether or not you're right is, how would you feel if this was your mother hit? Would your first thought be, say you loved her, for her and her well-being? Or would your first thought be to concentrate on saying nasty things about the people, the race of the people who had harmed her? Let's be serious. You are demonstrating that you don't love the white race. You don't love Westmen. You don't love Western kind, when your thought doesn't first go to the victim. That's where your thoughts should go. Your heart and your thoughts should go there first. And then you should take the anger that is engendered by that victimization. You should combine that with your love for our people, and you should take the energy out into the world to put an end to the victimization of our people. That is actually doing something. You are a no good, useless, and I want everybody out there who does this, I want you to know, you're a no good, useless piece of shit if you decide you're going to cuss black people and that's all you're going to do in response to this. You're going to complain about black people. You're going to say nasty things about black people. You're going to show childish cartoons about black people. That makes you a loser. You're not loving our people, and you are not taking responsibility for changing this world so that this doesn't happen anymore. This didn't happen. As you go back in time, this happened less and less. Why is that? Because Western norms, Western values, Western system of justice and outcomes were more in place, were less white erased than they are today. This whole song about try that in a small town, which is totally wrong. What it's really speaking to is that in small towns, you used to have a scenario where law and order and mores were less white erased than they are in the cities. Today, you can go to little small towns and everybody's on methamphetamine and they're doing the craziest stuff that you could possibly imagine. So that's happening in a small town, just like it happens in the big cities. Why? Because it's been white erased. The only productive thing to do here is to, first of all, the moral thing, to think about this man and his family and the harm and feel how horrible this is for them.
feel if this man, I don't know, at a bare minimum, there was a moment of terror as the bike shot out from underneath of him. And he knew he was about to hit the windshield. Try to imagine that. And then the horror of their family, finding out about the loved one, his friends, finding out about their loved one. Instead of sending me these asinine third grade level cartoons of black people. I absolutely don't want these. Don't ever send them. Don't put them on my Twitter anymore. I will just block you. You are a loser. And I'm not standing up for the black race by saying that. I'm saying that you are a loser because you're not doing anything to end this moving forward. You just want to complain, which is just belly aching, endless belly aching. That's all the rest of them do. Disturbing clip begins with the passengers cursing at other cars as they sped by on the it was a highway near West Centennial Parkway. The video shows the car approaching a man. Not only did they curse, they hit a car. I saw this video. They hit a car with a woman in it. I don't know what her race is. I think it was a woman. And they cuss her after running into her. They scream out the windows and they keep driving out in a stolen vehicle. The video shows the car approaching a man in red riding a bicycle on the side of the road from behind. With his friend's encouragement, the driver pulls into the bike lane behind him, honks his horn, and deliberately smashes directly into his back tire with a loud bang, sending the cyclist flying. This is, this would be written if we lived in a healthy world. This would be written the same way it would be written if it were a black guy or a Jewish guy or an Arab guy, any non-white guy riding a bicycle that two white guys in a stolen car decide that they're going to murder. This whole thing would be dripping with the verbiage of the novels, of the made-for-TV movies, of the silver screen movies. It would definitely not be written in this sort of clinical way. The passenger films the man lying helplessly on the road, on the side of the road behind the vehicle. Quote, damn that, and then they use the word that we created. It's English, but we're not allowed to say because they'll take this channel away from me. Got knocked out. The passenger says, as the driver can be heard stepping on the gas. So there you can see, this was the moment before. He was not, they make it sound in this article like it was just like this little impact and he fell down and he died from the fall or something. They crushed into him at high speed with the intent to kill him. And you can clearly see he's white. You can clearly see this is a white guy, or at least they would perceive that. There are a lot of times that Asians get attacked that the anti-white attacker thinks they're attacking a white person. The perception is, oh, they see the light skin and they go think it's a white person and they attack, ends up being an Asian. And then all of a sudden there's this hue and cry. My God, an Asian got hurt. White guy, nothing in the news about this until the video came out. And here he is. Andreas Probst, 64 years old, taken to University Medical Center where he was pronounced dead. The windshield caved in. That's how hard they hit him. I was hit by an automobile. I've told this story before. The windshield. It was actually my fault. And the windshield like cracked and all, but didn't fold in and explode. That's what happened. That's how fast they hit this guy on his bicycle to murder a white man. It's not clear if the passenger who filmed the killing has been charged with any crime. The 17-year-old was arrested the same day as Probst's death on suspicion of hit and run. He was later charged with murder because of the video, though the date of the
charges were set was not clear. So this is another interesting thing. Look at this guy. Served the community as a police chief for who knows how many years, retired, contributor to civilization, Western civilization, murdered by anti-white demons. Total anti-white demons murdered this guy. You know, the only way it's going to end is if we call these guys anti-white demons rather than go after their race, like so many zero-headed nothings are doing. Because it will go, if you continue that, it will go to anti-white white people doing this, and you'll have no defense then. It won't be the anti-whiteism driving them all, because it was the race here or the race there, or these people were Antifa there, and you'll continue to be a muddled loser. There he is with his wife. Former cop had moved to Sin City after he retired as chief of police in Bell, California, 2009, according to reports. Earlier this month, a memorial service was held for Probst, who spent 35 years in law enforcement, serving the community. Quote, "He was honestly like a ray of sunshine," Taylor Probst said of her father, "that just bled through your life, a ray of sunshine." He, quote, "He was an amazing man, a husband," Probst's wife, Crystal, added, "a father and a brother." So what she's saying is that there were all these people who love this guy that have also been victimized. And you have all of these little idiots in the white sympathetic sphere that just want to focus on and make jokes about blacks, not thinking at all about these people who lost their family member. Now, the big difference is when you think about this family and you think about their loss as a member of our greater family, you have an endurance and a love and a fury that you can combine to motivate you for the good of our people, and therefore for your own individual good, to put an end to our victimization. When you go out into the world like a feckless, ill-tempered little bitch, and you want to just say nasty things about blacks, as though that data holds true for every single black person, you are a selfish individualist that hopes to dodge that sort of victimization personally, but you don't care about his victimization. And then as a consequence of that behavior, you guarantee that you or someone you love will suffer those outcomes. But it's not just the old retired guys, is it? You also had, by the way, Elon Musk tweeted, an innocent man was murdered in cold blood while riding his bicycle. The killers joked about it on social media. Yet where is the media outrage? Now you begin to understand the lie. So what are some of these people actually saying? I've seen some in the white sympathetic sphere saying that Musk is getting wise on blacks. I mean, that is the dumbest thing I could possibly. How are we going to recover and recapture our destiny with people this retardous giving their opinions and sharing them and all sniggering with each other instead of following something that works? A woman here added some context. A news item, Las Vegas Review-Journal, wrote this: retired police chief killed in bike crash. Remembered for laugh, love of coffee. So, probably what should happen is that whoever wrote that should be flogged, publicly flogged. Maybe we need to bring back some of the old behavior that helped to chasten the lower IQ'd and less loyal members of Western kind. Maybe that's what we need. A good public flogging. Was it a bike crash? Or was he murdered by vicious anti-white demons? Obviously, someone here writing for the anti-white narrative. And you know what else?
the driver of this, the anti-white government there, the anti-white law enforcement there, had initially charged him, to my understanding, with manslaughter, as though the crash and death was an accident. And then when the public found out, they changed it to murder. So what does that tell you? Is the problem just the two anti-white demons behind the wheel and passenger seat, shotgun seat, and this stolen automobile? Or is it a problem that goes all the way through government? If you want to make a change in this world, how do you stop these sorts of murders? How do you stop this sort of misjustice? The only way is to use the lexical dialectical power of Go Free, as it is proven everywhere we come into contact with anti-whites, we defeat them. And to credit the people who are initiating and promulgating it. Stop trying to co-opt it for your jealous little petty dicked selves out there. I'm so sick and tired of seeing these little pussies that are out there trying to co-opt the work that we're doing and then pass it off as their own. If people know where the source, they know where the source is. I mean, those who are afield, we want them just using the lexical and dialectical power. They don't ever have to know Team White Wellbeing. But the rest of these people making accounts, they're following Team on White Wellbeing accounts. They know exactly where it's all coming from. You better start fucking sharing where this is coming from. You better start fucking praising where it's coming from. I might not always be in a position to not get retribution. And let me tell you what, I don't see you getting in the way of just like a career or notoriety. I see you getting in the way of the recapture of our destiny. And I am pitiless when it comes to that. That's why I say these J-Spurgs, they are lucky as hell that anti-whites are in charge and not me. They are lucky as hell. They would be begging. If I got in charge, they would beg for the anti-whites to be back in power. But it's not just this older retired guy and all his family and all his friends who are victimized by anti-whiteism and this demon or these demons. And the demons in the government who were only going to charge him in a stolen car. Could you imagine? If our mores and our system of laws had not been increasingly white erased from that locale, these two little fuckers would be executed within weeks, as they should be. Execute them, and then maybe drag them around town for everybody to see. And then you'll put an end to these sorts of things. I promise you that. You can have, I'm going to tell you this right now. Everybody gets so wrapped up in what the anti-whites give to you, and they get so controlled. They're in the anti-white narrative. They get so controlled by it. And I'm going to tell you something right now. We could create a world. I could create a world. A person could create a city where, and it's almost like this has been done already, and creeping further and further to it. So maybe it should click for you right away. You could create a town. Let's say some strong arm guy gets in charge of a South American city. And he decides that if you punish, if you harm, if you rob, if you victimize anybody of a certain group in that city, you will be given a punishment way beyond what you would be given if it were anybody else. You would instantaneously create an environment where those people were untouchables, where the criminals and the gangsters would always walk around them. The pickpockets walk around them. The people who are in automobiles and want to run them over would walk around them. So where's the problem? The problem for us is in the white erasure of our norms, of us as people, of our expectations for behavior. It's not in the body of these other groups of people. Who were going to charge these guys with manslaughter while they're inside of a stolen vehicle. That should automatically be. You steal a car and someone dies as a consequence, then you are instantly killed. You are instantly executed in a very painful way for everyone to know. That's how we have always taken care of things in the West. So let's have a look. Let's have a look at, because it's not just this older retired white guy, his family, friends, and etc. But this just happened. A Los Angeles sheriff's deputy was fatally shot inside his patrol car, officials say. CNN reporting. Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy died after he was shot inside his patrol car Saturday evening, authorities said. Deputy Ryan Klinkenbrummer, 30, was found unconscious by a civilian in his patrol car around 6 p.m. near the sheriff's station in Palmdale, according to Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Palmdale is about 60 miles north of Los Angeles, though that matters. Deputy who was in uniform and on duty when he was shot was pronounced dead at a local hospital. Look at this young man. I don't even know if they have any suspects yet. So the other people out there who, with their low IQ and no morality and selfish individualism, they're going to have to speculate about whether or not, and many of them will have to hold their tongue. They won't be able to talk about the murder of this white man, servant of the community. They'll have to hold their tongue, because if it ends up being a white person, they won't say anything about it. Because, hey, wouldn't you want a civilization where white people were murdering the police officers? Somebody, innocent young man, doing his duty for the community? We can immediately say that in an anti-white context, which is where we live in every Western country, and the anti-white narrative, that to walk up and murder a police officer, a white police officer like this, is 99 point something percent likely to be an anti-white assassination of a white man, because he was perceived to be white sitting in that patrol car. And further, because law enforcement is perceived to be an expression and projection of Western kind. So as a consequence, even when non-white police officers are executed assassination style, we can say that this was an act of anti-whiteism to white erase the norm of law and order and policing communities that the West has always done in the way that we do it. So in all of these cases, we can take these stories and we can use them as catalysts and honor them as catalysts to put an end to our victimization so that it doesn't happen anymore. That's the only way you can honor these men, both of these men, and all their families and friends that are victimized by this. Look at this guy, handsome guy. No suspect description was provided, and it's unknown who opened fire on the deputy. The department is asking the public to come forward if they have video that may have captured the shooting. We really need your help. We need to get this guy off the street. Klinkenbrummer was transferred to Palmdale. Just saying that again. Did it say anything about his age? Did I miss that? CNN is garbage. I could see them saying nothing.
about his age or family members, interviewing any of them, when you know if this were a non-white guy or female, they would have gone to lengths. So that is something you can use as a catalyst when you're talking to friends, family, and strangers. They'll recognize it. And then you feed in our powerful lexicon and dialectics while you're talking with them so that they have something of value to come away from the conversation with that they can then share with others. Here they quote somebody that said, "Oh, assuming it was because he was in uniform." No, it's because and because he's in uniform means white, Western civilization, Western ideals of policing, being in the community. So going after Western kind. We here, think about the difference. Really think about it. We here can talk about our victimization in all of these cases. Meanwhile, you'll get silence, virtual silence from the mainstream media, the anti-whites, and the people who are antags inside the anti-white narrative. You'll get silence from them if it ends up being, in the mainstream media case, a non-white person, or in the people who are antags place, a white person. Then they'll just drop it, as it's happened so many times before. I've gone to these meetings and meetups and conferences where I've talked about events where white people who are anti-white kill white people. And there are white people at these events that like shrug their shoulders because it's like it doesn't compute. They don't get to talk about all the data points they know about how bad every other race is. And I'm like, what are you here for? We're at the point now where so many of these people, that's why I never call myself pro-white. I'm definitely not, because what pro-white means, like in actual form and function, is negative non-whites, and I am 100% not that. Negative on non-whites. You talk about the victimization of white people. You love white people. You want to put an end to that victimization. Then it's suddenly like question marks in their eyes. Like, you mean it's not a black person or a Hispanic person or Arab person, man? Well, I have nothing to say. Oh, I know what I could say. I could say some bad things about Jews. No. Really need to get this guy off this tree. Look at this young man. How old do you think this young man is? He's got some early hair thinning, but look at his face. I don't see. Wait, no, it says 30. God, he barely looks 30. So you need to be feeling the pain as though this is your brother and the other guy was your father. That's how you need to feel this. We have to train ourselves. I don't care if you're a Estonian or Irishman or Southerner or whatever. We all need to think about this as our personal family. And then you will find that you unlock supernatural powers of resistance, of fury, of love. Only then can we do something about this. Only then can we put an end to this. Because no good is going to come of, and you all can tell me right now, what have you heard out there? What have you heard when people talk? Probably this Los Angeles one, they're not saying anything about it, are they? Because they don't know yet. If it's a black guy that they can talk bad about, or if it's a Jewish guy they can talk bad about. But about the guy in the car, Probst, being hit by the anti-white demons driving the car. You probably have seen that. And I look at my thread. I post this and I look at my thread and I'm like, where are the statements of grief for this guy and his family? Where are I know Team White Wellbeing is, they're feeling it and then they're going out into the world to wreck anti-whiteism. They get right to work. They have trained themselves. They're like, shit like this happens. They feel the pain of the victim. They let it get them angry. They put that in a furnace and they start making memes and they start going on to other threads and they spread the lexicon and they chump anti-whites everywhere they go. But I look at the thread and I still see these people spreading the garbage that hasn't worked at any point in their lives. And you know what? Goddamn, every one of these content creators that continue to do that. Every single one of them. I'm going to see what you all have to say. We'll take your calls. Got an hour and a half left. We'll take your calls. Take your super chats. Tag me as No White Guilt. And then we'll wrap it up here. We have a couple announcements. We got music to play. RC the Realist. Prometheus Rising, which is a magnificent song. Let me first check out what's happening over here on Cash App. And we have first in on Cash App, ladies and gentlemen, is Yiz the Unifier. Actually, you know what? I think we're going to listen to the music first. Then we're going to do, I want to hear, I read the RC, the Realist, and I want to see this song. Let's do that. And then we'll come right back. We'll do the financial gifts and your comments. Tag me as No White Guilt, and I'll argue with you. And I will humiliate you, or we'll become friends. We'll become closer. We'll see what ends up happening. Either way, don't go anywhere, or leave if you want. It'll just show you're a loser. And I'll be right back.
Without the glory, I've heard people spread the virus story. I felt the pain of the infectious wound. I felt the pain of my ancestors too. We need you to return. We're trying to relearn. Your honor, hope I earn. Feast your eyes, watch how Prometheus rise. Feast your eyes, watch how Prometheus rise. I've tasted apples given to me. I've seen ravens appear on trees. I felt your presence walking with me. Reveal yourself to my people, please. We need you to return. We're trying to relearn. Yes, we are. Your honor, hope I earn. Feast your eyes, watch how Prometheus rise. Feast your eyes, watch how Prometheus rise. If I have to do a King Lacing, then I'll do it. Reveal it cause I feel it, no concealing, I will prove it. Every single one of us that go free fights the battle. Warriors of the West, we wear it best, we're not your cattle. And I will never switch, core things whining like a brooch. Begging that we show them mercy, but our glory now exists. And has a message for our people, we've been too nice for too long. So it's time to find ourselves and write a new life, a new song, we need you. Return, we're trying to relearn. Your honor, hope I earn. Feast your eyes, watch how Prometheus rise.
And here we are. I love that song. Isn't that fantastic? And he was inspired by this book right here. You can get it on Amazon, Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny. Nothing like this has ever been written. Nothing like this speaks directly from the spirit of the West like it does. And I'm not gonna hide the my contribution or value, just like I don't hide anybody else's. I'm not gonna do this. Will, I should not say anything about it. No, I mean, I'm gonna celebrate what works. If it came from me, I'm gonna celebrate it. If it came from somebody else, I'm gonna celebrate it. This is how, as a team, we work together and recapture our destiny. Fantastic. What a glorious song. Let's give it up. Let's get some salutes, some swashbuckling flags for this champion, RC the Realist. God bless you, man. We have over here the great Yiz the Unifier talking about another champion in service to white well-being. $5 financial gift. And she writes, weekly folk tithe, keep it Promethean, keep it pristine, keep it white positive. Thank you, sister. Now, you're going to want to check her out on her show, Discordant Dragons, which is tomorrow at 6 p.m. over on her channel. And she or one of the other mods will be able to leave a link for that. Don't miss it. It's fun. It's fun. Go hang out there. Let's build the community. At least step in, stop by, say hi. Well, give it up. Raucous emoji style. Crowns for this man's head. Gems for his feet. I want to see some stiff salutes for first last. Financially gifting 50 white well-being dollars. Come on, folks. 95s. The 9 words, the 5 key concepts. Give it up. First last. God bless you, brother. And he says everything he wants to say with that glorious testimonial of the working class man. Thank you, brother. God bless you. And we also have over here a $1 financial gift from the great Seamus. Glorious. I love this guy. I look on Twitter. I look here, I look there, and it's like more than half the time I see Seamus appears. And he's like convincing this person, convincing that person, silencing that critic, silencing this critic. God bless you, man. $1 financial gift. And he says, save the white babies. It's a $1, save the white babies dollar. I love it, brother. God bless you, man. Thank you so much for your service to white well-being. A true hero for the West and everybody that lives therein. We have here, I love Jesus Christ. Salute. I love Jesus Christ has shown up. God bless you. Thank you so much. A $20 financial gift. Let's get out some raucous emojis for I love Jesus Christ. She's not a Bible shyster. $20 financial gift. And she says with these 20 glorious dollars that we celebrate today for white well-being. Thank you so much. We'll have to have a going free church, a go free church. And it'll be like no Bible shysters allowed, no Christian communists allowed, right on the door. No, we're not going to be tolerant of your freak nephew who thinks he is able to be a female of another species and mate with fire hydrants. No, we're not going to be. In fact, we're going to tell you that person is a freak of wonderful, beautiful goodness. And we want to honor them by not allowing them in our domiciles. That's what we want to do. Am I using that word freak correctly? I don't know. Isn't that, what's the song? Freaky. I know I've heard this. Oh, God. Must have been at like a club or something because it's so faint. Super freaky. Is that it? No. Is that it? I don't know. Super freaky now. No? Something else. Okay. Well, keep your applause and your rabid jubilation going for a true champion. Truest among the true, ladies and gentlemen. No White Guilt Clips. Please follow him. In fact, No White Guilt Clips, I wrote you an email. I don't know if you've seen it yet. I was just asking for all of the different platforms you're on with your different, the names you are, unless you don't think that's a good idea. Because we might be, I guess, giving anti-whites the opportunity to go hunt for you or other people in our cause. But I want people to follow you everywhere you are. Everyone follow No White Guilt Clips and share these glorious videos that he makes. Today, this champion financially gifts $107. A financial gift that includes a salute. That is so cool, man. $107. A working class young guy rocking the world in service to white well-being. God bless you, man. That's magnificent. Thank you so very much. No White Guilt Clips. Imagine that. Don't we all wish all these people that we see do amazing things? We swashbuckling, sharing at the beginning of our gatherings on Sundays. I wish that so many of these millions of conservatives, and they could see what it actually looks like to be a hero today. So they could actually see what it looks like instead of turning on Hannity or whatever they're doing. Some other talking head. God bless you. And keep the raucous emojis going. Wow. This one, a $50 financial gift. 50 beautiful white baby dollars. Beautiful white baby dollars from Dr. I. Dr. I, unlike that oral surgeon, is not going to be bothering people with sexual discussion. He's a champion. God bless you. $50. He says with those $50 in 07, you call it straight, Jason. Hold them to the fire. Exclamation point. God bless you. There's still some real men left in the world. Still some real women left in the world. Still some real men left in the world. When they see somebody telling it like it is, and I'm not bending the rules for any particular situation. This is how it is. This is where we got to go. This is how we have to be. Like I'm like your coach. Especially, I mean, I tell you, if I can't be as visceral and as fired up as the average high school and up football coach, I mean, this even can happen in Pee-wee football. I had coaches like this in Pee-wee football where they're fired up and they're like, this is life and death. If I can't be that hard, if you're like, oh, I don't know, and we're actually talking about life and death, then you need to go. This is definitely not just get out of socio-political talk, go away. Something, you were born screwed up, probably from all the 7-Up and Tylenol that your mother drank again and took while she was pregnant with you. Something's wrong. This is the actual world. We should be able to have people run for office that talk like me and get shit tons of attention. Instead, we all know the truth. We all know the truth. You go out and run for office. This is why it's just totally futile. You go out, you run for office. You say anything serious. This is why all the practice politicians, they're all so good at this mealy mouth fake talking. Everything, even when they get like stern, it's pathetic. It's like something your 7-year-old little sister would be able to say, because everything's been so watered down so that the most delicate of ladies are okay with it. The most delicate of grandmothers are okay with it. Like, no, the fight for our survival is not going to be able to be talked about in the what is that the narthex of the church. All right. There's nothing that escapes me. Nothing. We're not going to be able to get in there and be like, okay, we're just going to come together and we're going to be very polite. No. Somebody's going to have to get out there like me with a whip that's on fire and reclaim our destiny. No, you're not going to be able to have Oliver Anthony in his jello-y chubbiness come out and sing a song that inspires people and then say, no, it's about all the different colors coming together that are poor against the rich men that are white. I just wish they cared about the coal miners. Man, they would if they were all non-white. Pull your head out of your jello ass. God damn. You know they would if they were non-white. If they were all non-white. There have been accidents in coal mines in the United States that there's been no reporting. And we have heard about accidents in coal mines in Central South America where there isn't a white person to be found at those coal mines, except for maybe like the executives that show up. All of the workers non-white. And the American media is like, oh, fretting over it. Oh, they have some miners trapped. Okay, yeah, but all these white miners have like black lung, and there's no news about it. Thank you so much, Dr. I. I tell you what, the next time I need an oral surgeon, I'm going to Dr. I. I'm not going to that other guy in New York. Herman, or what was his name? Could you imagine how sick if I was chauffeuring somebody and they were going on and on about how small their penis is? I would drag them out of the car and beat the shit out of them. For God's sake. I mean, the first statement, like I would think is a joke. After that, then I would say, we're going to have, do you not like where your nose and mouth are situated on your face? Because I can provide, you're the oral surgeon. I am the impact cosmetic surgeon. All right. Over here on Entropy, keep those raucous emojis out, ladies and gentlemen. Quadruple 07s, please. Quadruple 07s. Get them out, please, please. Let's get out some, maybe some fireworks, maybe some dinosaurs, maybe some animal footprints for the one and only. We got two here you're going to be celebrating, ladies and gentlemen. Dude, Bro Moment, and JM Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, big, come on, get them out. Raucous emojis, really celebrate 95s. Gems for their feed. Dubro Moment, financially gifting today. Working class man, making the world know. 50 white well-being dollars. He actually writes for white well-being. 50 white well-being dollars. This is where his love is. This is where his commitment is. And J.M. Johnson there as well, ladies and gentlemen. J.M. Johnson, financially gifting $75. 75 white well-being working class dollars. We're the people who actually care about the working class. Remember Oliver, he said it's not just the working class. We care about the actual working class. J.M. Johnson, $75, and he writes, for my great grandchildren, I worry about their future. Love your spirit. God bless you, man. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. That is what he just said there. That's coming from the truest of places. The truest. So he's looking at a man who's fired up. J.M. Johnson looking at a man who's fired up and saying enough is enough about the victimization of white people. And in his mind, he immediately thinks about the safety of his children. Think about that. His children are facing this anti-white hell. And this guy who's not taking shit anymore is what causes him to think about that. That is beautiful. God bless you, brother. Absolutely, God. That's where your thoughts should go. When you see me run the politicians off the stage with a whip that's on fire, you shouldn't be scared. You shouldn't think, oh my God, we can't let him be. We have to be genteel. We have to be so genteel. Allow ourselves Jared Taylor style to be pushed and carried out of a university. I would have fought all those motherfuckers in there. I would have ruined all of those motherfuckers that he allowed to push him out of that university. Are you kidding me? No, you should immediately think, when I get up on the stage with that whip that's on fire, you should immediately think, there's hope for my children and grandchildren. Thank God. When you can put those two, when you see like some mealy mouth or some Boebert get out there, and you're thinking, maybe they'll help nobody thinks that. You know that. Nobody thinks they're going to help my children. And that maybe that's going to be the ultimate litmus test from now on. What do you say? What do you say that's the litmus test from now on? If you look at somebody, a content creator, organization leader, and you don't immediately think about there's hope for my children or grandchildren or nieces or nephews, if that doesn't immediately occur to you, like J.M. Johnson, who gave $75 financial as a financial gift, if that doesn't immediately click over for you, then there's something wrong with you. Nothing wrong with me. Something wrong with you. But if you are one of those people who see me get out here and I'm fired up, and see me get fired up. Thank you. J.M. Johnson is a female. I apologize. And even more important there for a female to say that I immediately think about the welfare of my grandchildren. They have a chance. That you are out there fired up like this and not taking any shit. That immediately says something about you. That you are a cut above the rest. Far above the rest. So from now on, measure your content creators this way. Do you think, like J.M. Johnson, immediately about the well-being of your children, grandchildren, the people who you leave behind, nieces or nephews, whatever it might be, great-grandchildren? Do you immediately think there's safety, there might be hope? Or do they not come to mind at all? And I would bet the vast majority, probably every other content creator out there, you don't think about them at all. Except as like an afterthought, or to say, shit, they don't have a chance. So thank you so much, J.M. Johnson. God bless you. And I see there are some messages here from Wilson Bear, and I will read those in a moment. Thank you for putting those messages in the chat, which is the tall Kevin widget here. And we'll move over here. What do we have going on Odyssey? We have a 5-token financial gift from Huda Thunkett. Thank you so very much. And Huda Thunkett wrote, there is no hate crime charges because anti-whiteism, let me get a little closer. Anti-whiteism slanders all white people as being immune to innocence. Precisely. Absolutely 100% precisely. There is no hate crime charges because anti-whiteism slanders all white people as being immune to innocence. That's a really beautiful, very insightful, profound thing to say. The lack of acknowledgement of harm to our people is accusing our victimized of guilt in their own brutalization. Is accusing our victimized of guilt in their own brutalization. Brilliantly written. I told you, the smartest come here. What kind of comments do you get on the other platforms? I know, because I guest hosted on another platform, and I have watched others, and I know the kind of comments that you see. You don't see things that are this smart. Ever. Ever. That's amazing. Very well written. And thank you for that 5 library tokens. Beautiful. You know, there's something. So I hope you understand. If you don't understand, maybe Huda Thunkett will spell it out for you as we move forward. But, you know, there's something more about victimizing our people and the value of whites in Western civilization, that as it pervades and has infected everyone in the West, even those who purport to care about white people don't think about the race. And in this, that connection to not thinking about the individual that's harmed, just the race or the privileged group that's doing the harming. But it's a profound thought that our people are guilty of their own victimization because they are causing. And you just saw that on Twitter. We had this going back and forth with a couple of morons, anti-white morons, who were using the tired anti-white, the meme pathogen, that if white people are allowed to have well-being, then you'll have Nazism. And so I figured this out as 11 years old. I said, well, if that's the standard, then the inverse is moral, which is victimizing us. And so when an anti-white looks at a white person being victimized like this, being murdered for being white, clearly being, in both those cases, murdered for being white, a part of them is saying they deserve it. The white race deserves it. Are you going to have a conversation with somebody like that? Are you going to think that you can arrive at some sort of equitable outcome with somebody like that? That they're going to be able to find some common ground with somebody like that? That's why you don't see, it's a big reason, a big part of the reason why you don't see the same sort of shocked and horrified surprise from anti-whites. You show an anti-white something like, I've done this before in the past, people that I knew that were in peer groups, but especially at work, I would show a story about a crime that an anti-white clearly committed against a white person. When they find out that it's an anti-white and the victim's a white person, their whole demeanor changes. I've seen them get stiff. I've seen them brush it off. I've seen them immediately change the subject. Disgusting. Well said. Thank you so much for that. What else do we have here? We have do we have anything on D Live? Is that dirty work was earlier with the 2 ice creams, I think, yeah? All right. Oh, we have just came in right now. An ice cream of cryptocurrency over there on D Live. Thank you so much. And that came from it's all blurry, my friend. What is your name? Toucan Blam. Toucan Blam. Thank you so much. Ice cream over here of cryptocurrency. And let me just make sure on the back end here of hello to. Yeah, we're fine there. See about over here on Rumble. Hello to anybody that's there. And welcome. Tag me as No White Guilt. I'll check over there if you have any comments or statements. You know, it's on those platforms that if you wanted to say something dumb, I don't have my troll slayers over there so that you all can say dumb things for me to destroy. And to destroy you, your family, your kin, your descendants. I'll make your descendants hate you. They will denounce you. So we'll see. That's if you want to disagree. Toucan Blam is over there. All right, we'll turn back around this way. And we have, looks like Wilson Bear finally got onto entropy. What can normal people do outside of the realm of their own families? Great question. And you got a couple more here, actually quite a few. Actually, one of the things I was concerned about when I wrote the title here, like, what can you do, is that a bunch of losers were going to show up. But the rumors of my troll slaying just battalion are true. They can take heads off without fictional heads off without the slightest. They're the best. They're wonderful. You can't mess with them, and you all know this. And so I guess a bunch of these people didn't like. I was waiting for them to show up and say, "Well, I'll tell you how. We're gonna have to start killing," something ignorant, and which means nothing, which means they do nothing. And the Fondles song, a la Fondles, "Angry Coward" song, I love it. He wrote that perfectly for these losers. We'll have to play it. We'll definitely be playing it again in the future, but perfect for it. What can normal people do, brother? The only thing that can be done is the most powerful thing that can be done. And that is to use the Go Free practice in your own life. When it comes to your thinking, you got to get Go Free. You can get it electronically. You can get all of it, but the appendixes at the end in audiobook form. You can get it in a physical copy. You can get it from NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. You can get it from Amazon. And it will teach you how to start viewing the world with concepts that undermine the psychological warfare that's been inflicted on you, so that you can begin to think in ways that will enable you to access increasingly, it's incremental, your true physical, mental, and spiritual potential. And you take these concepts, these same concepts, and the dialectics that we teach about how to address these things, how to argue for our well-being, into your world, into your workspace, if you're able to do it there, into your friend circles, your neighborhood, into the chats of content creators you like, content creators you hate, and you use these concepts. These concepts are the keys that unlock the prison of the psychological warfare, anti-whiteism, that's been waged against us. That is the most powerful nuclear power thing that you can do. It works, and we're winning the world over, and that's all you got to do. That is all you have to do. You will improve yourself. You'll see the changes in yourself, and you'll see the changes in those around you. You'll see the change in your family. You'll begin to recognize how the anti-white programming, anti-whiteism, has caused ruptures in relationships, bad family relationships. You'll see how it suddenly affects everything negatively, corrosively that it touches, acidically that it touches. And you'll be able to do something about it by using these concepts. When you talk about the different events in the world, and you can come here every single Sunday, and I share with you various stories that you can use as a catalyst to introduce these concepts for yourself, for your friends, for your family, for the strangers and the different blogs and chats. And when you go jogging, a fellow jogger, walking your dog, a dog walker, whatever it is, share these things everywhere. And then, you want to take it further. You could even post these things on leaflets out in the real world. This is a difference of kind when we're talking about posting online and in the real world, if you will, on a where you're allowed to, corkboard, whatever it might be, lamppost if you're allowed to on a lamppost. It's a difference in kind than what is done everywhere else, because what is done everywhere else is done within the anti-white narrative, infected by the anti-white narrative, viewed within our challenges within the anti-white narrative, where you can never win, where you don't give somebody something of value in that brief interaction. What we do, and like what you saw with the great Franklin puts these leaflets up everywhere. We had Artificer writing up. We just showed. We had Slaughtz. We showed a couple of weeks back, posting out in the real world. Every communication has to communicate something of value so that the recipient comes away, or it was useless. So I delivered tens of thousands of leaflets that were all useless. They didn't change a thing. They didn't change anybody's minds. If I had back then had all the knowledge I have now, and it had all been born in and of the Go Free practice, think about how many people my efforts would have brought over all that leafleting. But instead, I was sharing
just garbage, which is what you see everywhere else. So it's a difference in kind. If you go over to another group and they say, well, you got a leaflet, and you come here and we say one of the things you can do is leaflet, it's not the same thing at all, not even remotely. It's like saying the heart surgeon in one of the nicer hospitals in the United States is the same thing as a witch doctor in the most primitive part of Africa or Jamaica or wherever Brazil or wherever you can find them. Cuba, where they're like pulling chicken gizzards out of your stomach. It's, yes, both are surgeries. Yes, both are doctoring in a way, but there are fundamentally different things. That's what you can do, brother. Wilson Bear. Family goes through cycles of thinking I'm a bastard for thinking I'm a genius. I'm not always right, but I'm usually right. So whenever I take a non-vague position, they all get mad for a few months. Then they realize I'm right, and they pretend they always agreed with me. I hate that. I've had that too, man. God. Charlie Theon, definitely a solid 10, can't get a boyfriend with her non-white children. She's become a meme. Nobody lives more than loves you more than your own kids. Nothing is more satisfying than a hug from your own kid. Nobody loves you more than your own kids. Thank you, brother, for your message. I'm sorry to hear about that. You know, one of the things you can do when it comes to the family members getting mad is make, and this can be done with anybody that you have to kind of gently bring toward white well-being. And remember, one of the beauties and one of the requirements that I set for myself with white well-being was to be able to make it, level it up, level it down, throttle it up, throttle it down. You can make your comments almost as like questions. Like, couldn't it be that this is anti-whiteism that's responsible for this? There's so many cases of it. Couldn't it be that? And then when they're like, oh, I don't know, I don't think so, you can just be like, I think there's like a case can really be made that this is for anti-whiteism. And then when it comes out like you have here that, okay, well, this person was anti-white or whatever, then you come back and you don't say with these people, I told you so, your mother, like I do here, because I'm done with it, talking with people I don't know in this medium of communication. You go back to them and you say, you know what? I ended up being right. Do you remember that thing? I said, I thought it was anti-whiteism. It was anti-whiteism. Would you believe it? And then you give them a way to save face. Then they're able to say, oh, really? Wow. Yeah, I guess it could have been that. I thought it was also too a possibility. You know, let them say that. The purpose is to bring them to a healthier place in service to white well-being. I really appreciate, Wilson Bear, your questions. I'm going to keep rolling here. And what do we have over here? Well, we have first, last, get out your Raugus emojis, ladies and gentlemen. Please celebrate Raugus emojis. First, last decided he wanted to financially gift and salute as well. So he financially gifted another $57, bringing him to $107. A financial gift with a salute. Raugus emojis, gems for his feet, gems and crowns for his head as well. Clips has started this. Saluting with the financial gift, really glorious, and that's awesome. First, last showing up. Oh, but first, last actually says here that this $57 is a financial gift for the honor of Slaughtz. That's very Slaughtzian of you, my friend, to do that. God bless you. What happened? Where's Slaughtz? Is he in the house? Very Slaughtzian of first, last. Thank you so much, brother. Very Slaughtzian. Very Slaughtzian. Slaughtzian. All right. Let's keep it rolling. I'm going to take a look at your comments here really quickly. We have one on deck for a call.
And we have here a couple of announcements very briefly to make. Let's give a happy birthday to Anders. Anders' birthday. Happy birthday, brother. Maybe if you got a birthday cake you could give for the guy, or Anders, I guess I should say, is the way he wants it pronounced, and maybe the way it's supposed to be. Anders' birthday. God bless you, man. Happy birthday. And keep those prayers going for Anders and his mother. And continues. He's with her now. Wish him some luck. Send some positive energy. And happy birthday to Anders. God bless you, man. Mini a cake to you, my friend. Mini cakes to you. A mini layered cake to Anders. A mini layered cake. That just reminded me of a joke. It's tough. I don't know if I could say that one at the beginning of a stream. Maybe I will. Every now and again, maybe something. Okay, Slaughtz, you want to call in? And then you absolutely. And I have you now set up as well. Yeah, okay. All right. So I will call you, and if your setup works, so folks, his setup might not work. So if it works, then we're gonna talk with Slaughtz. Awesome. And one other announcement is an update for everybody. Carlisle is fine, and she is recovering, and she wants to thank you all for the positive vibes and the prayers. So she's doing good. Thank you all for that. We have some items in the thaumatological mailbag. Thaumatological, look it up. It's a fun word. Who do we have first? We have over here. I looked down and I was like, what's in the mailbag? What kind of mail do we have in the mailbag? And I found this lovely little thank you from Marilyn. Thank you so much, Marilyn. That's it. It's the thank you and her name. So thank you so much. And with it, let's celebrate. You might as well. You're with the emojis already, getting out some birthday cakes. Throw in some 95s and maybe a happy emoji. 20 Canadian bacon dollars. I haven't been able to say that in so long, because remember when I was briefly able to receive financial gifts on YouTube before they demonetized me, and I had this slew of currencies, and I would say thank you in whatever the currency it was. So it was great, wasn't it? And so those were Canadian bacon dollars, and anything that makes me think of bacon is good. So thank you so much, Marilyn. Canadian bacon dollars, 20 of them. Thank you so much. And some gems. Toss the gems to her feet, please. And an apology to Miss J.M. Johnson. I am sorry. I think I've been referring to you as a brother for a long time. And my apologies. If that's the case, that you, in fact, are one of our women of the West, my apologies. Obviously, you understood that I can't tell. Your name isn't wearing a dress, and I can't see you. So my apologies, but thank you so very much for the great words and thinking of your grandchildren. And when you see me being inspired, and you see Team White Wellbeing rocking it, I thank you so much. That actually is like a huge honor to me. If you're a guy or a gal out there and you see me and you see me getting pissed off and you see me saying enough is enough and I'm not going to bend the rules at all, and you immediately think of your people you love have a chance of being safe, that's a great honor. So thank you for that. And thank you for that financial gift. And one more item in the mail bag. I'm not going to be able to, I guess I can kind of. Can I make the little, you can kind of, can you hear that? It's from your one and only Elaine Sabatino. a lovely lady, and she has a beautiful little letter in here. And God bless you, Elaine. We had, one of the things she's been doing is she's going back through dictionaries to find when they took anti-white and anti-whiteism out of usage, and she's finding a few decades of like where they just cut it out. They did not want people using that anymore, and it's really amazing. She's doing this research out of her own love for our people. God bless you, Elaine. And she sent with this glorious letter. She sent all of these lovely, you know what she does. Look at that. Oh my God. I've had people, white sympathetics, the tough talkers, make such fun of me. They love it. They think they're really getting me good. As they're making fun of me because we promote here love, hope, and redemption. And we have beautiful little things like this to put out in the world. They make such fun of me as their wives, daughters, and girlfriends pine for me. And yet, this is what's changing the world. Not their tough talk. It's wonderful. The best way to get back at these tough talkers is to push these women of the West in their face and say, look how much of a loser you are, you tough talker. Look at all this woman has done. What have you done? What have you done? You've driven around in your shitty little car, going to and from your shitty little job, and you've talked tough the whole time. That's nothing. And these people are changing the world. Look at this. Look at that. That is beautiful. If you think, how are you going to receive what white well-being is? If you get something like this, you're going to receive it one way. If this is how it comes to you, you're going to receive it one way. And it's going to land very differently. You have some sort of ugly thing, say some sort of an ugly thing. You talk in your leaflets or whatever it is about the crime statistics of other races. You are seen as the villain in the anti-white narrative, and people don't want anything to do with you. That's why it doesn't work. But look at this. I got to show this. Let's celebrate Elaine, please. Let's get out some love. I mean, swashbuckling flags, swords and shields for Elaine Sabatino. This is out of this world. These things are going up everywhere. By the way, when you acquire anything off of the collectibles website, nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com, you almost always get one or two of her glorious creation end up going along. So it's like this added bonus, this beautiful little keepsake you can give to people in your life. Isn't that wonderful? No White Guilt. And here's the best part. NoWhiteGuilt.org. And this bookmark, how would you like to have this as one of your bookmarks? And we had Melissa make a bookmark, and we showed you that last week. And how would you like to have that as your bookmark? That could be a conversation starter. On the back of this one, Elaine Sabatino has written the 9 words, and 95. It says 95 at the top. Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. Go free. That is so beautiful. I'll show you that. Isn't that wonderful? It's really something special. All right. What are you all saying? That's the mailbag. We're going to take calls in just a moment. WordConqueror will be first, so get yourself ready. Get yourself ready, my friend. And I'm going to take a look at the live chat and see where we are there. Tag me as No White Guilt if you want me to see what you all are saying. Thank you all for celebrating. You're the best of mankind. I'm looking over here at Subscribe Star just to make sure we didn't miss anybody. Oh, it's a good thing I did. Subscribe Star. I think this is the first time live that we have had a Subscribe Star. We've had it before where it was the week later. The first time live, we have a $15 financial gift over here on Subscribe Star. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jason. I'm going to read your message first just to make sure that you maybe you don't want me to say your name or whatever. So let me read your, it says, thank you, Jason. I grieved as hard as you present the situation of the white men who were murdered by anti-whites. God bless you for that. Thank you for honoring white people by telling the truth about these murders. I send this financial gift in remembrance of those white erased men. God bless you. That is June. Let's give it up for June. 07s for June. Thank you so much for that. Doing the right thing, feeling the pain of the loss, feeling what's happening to their families, the victims of this. God bless you. That is the way to go. And everybody out there, if you have experienced, if you've done this, and then you experience that energy that comes from that, this, I'm going to do something, this is not going to happen again. If you experience that energy, let folks know. Share that testimony. Share those testimonials. You know where else you can see that happening all the time? How often do you see a mother and father, they lose their child in some sort of drunk driving? Then they start an organization that goes on for decades or however long, to tell people about the dangers of drunk driving, for example. And all of this, if you're not getting it, if you're not putting two together, is out of the love for their lost daughter. It is the love that motivated them to go tell the world that this happened, it should never happen again. And they end up telling millions and millions of people and end up saving how many lives? And it's all to the honor of that love that they had with their child. So do I need to keep describing or explaining why you work for what you love? You work to stop the victimization of what you love, not to victimize what you hate. No one goes out in the world and dedicates their life and resources and time to reach millions of people for anything they hate. In that exact same example, the parents didn't get motivated to go out and put an end to drunk driving because they hate drunk drivers. Think about that. Really think about that. I know beyond our community, I would have to look like I'm from, the character in the movie to be wise, but it's wisdom nonetheless. Thank you so much for that, June. God bless you. That is the way you got to be. Let's walk through the crowd, and I'm going to make these calls to these champions. Very excited tonight. It's been a glorious gathering. I've loved being here with you all in service to white well-being. Cyborg is here. No White Guilt Clips, the offspring of No White Guilt, ? Oh, I tell you what, if he were my son, I would be proud beyond imagining. What else? Dr. White. Great to see you, brother. I have you on the phone. Thunder from Down Under, Thunder is here. Great to see you. And there's Elaine, Sabatino, Davey, hello. Strolling through to see if there are any comments. Whatever happened with Catherine? Is everybody made up now? Everybody better? Promethean Promulgation is here. Wonderful to see you, brother. Very bright guy, very dedicated. Met this guy. Nick Fuentes, he writes, makes me think of my children. Reminds me not to let them talk to strangers. That's funny. Who else do we have here? We have the great Slaughtz. I don't know if Joe Johnson and Jam Johnson are the same, but Joe is female. Well, then, I guess we'll just have to find out from J.M. Johnson to be sure. But thank you for that feedback. Cyborg, thank you, Ivan, for helping out Cyborg to tag me. Since Kinfolk is here, since Cyborg was trying to say something to me, please tag me. I'll speak to your question or comment. Just did a quick $20 promote post on X of both the stream and your website, brother, directed to Aussies. Let's give it up. Raucous emojis for the thunder from down under. Loki Lunder. $20 investment over there on X in advertising. Thank you so much. Directed at folks on the wonderful once great country of Australia. And thank you so much for that, brother. I really appreciate it. I hope that Twitter, X, will restore my ability to advertise. I now have 3 cases that have been elevated after being elevated. 3 cases, still waiting to hear back on any of them. And on the 3rd one, I even took screenshots and I put big arrows and everything of everything happening. They've kind of been trying to play a little dumb. They're like, we don't quite understand. So I made it beyond simple. There's no way not to understand. And they have reviewed my account 3 times and found it suitable for advertising, promoting tweets and everything. So, but I'm still locked out. So the censorship continues until they reach back to me, and we'll see what they end up saying. Of course, I will let you all know, and then we can toilet paper Musk's house if they decide to censor me, continue to censor me. I would actually do that. I would. I've still got a pretty good arm on me. Al Heindel is here. Great to see you. Our chat really is the best on YouTube. It is, says Kinfolk. Thank you for saying that. Melody Dawn right below him. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. It is. I've got people tell me all the time. I go into other chats and I see the kind of things that are being written, and I seriously wonder if I am in the land of the TARDISes elsewhere. Like nothing of any value is being said. The great Victorian time traveler is chiming in. He says, hey, Jason, my dad has lung cancer. Oh, my gosh. If people in this community could send him positive energy, I would be grateful. Yes, that's right. Please, everybody, let's pray for Victorian time traveler's father who has lung cancer. That's no joke. Send some positive energy. Set aside some time to pray for and send some positive energy to Victorian time traveler, his father, the whole family, because it's going to be hard on everybody. And we hope the very best for you, man. You know, cancer is one of these things that I feel deep all the way into the marrow of my body that we would have cured every type of it. And a lot of it would have been prevented as we would address the things that are poisonous in our environments if we were not afflicted with anti-whiteism. So every time you have yourself or a relative gets cancer, direct your energy against anti-whiteism, because that's the cause. When you realize how much is really the cause, or can really the blame can be laid at anti-whiteism, there's no end. There's no end to the energy that you can summon. St. Thomas is here. God bless St. Thomas. Who else is here? Ravens in flies. Is that what it is? Hello to you. And who else do we have here? We're strolling through. We're going to make our calls. And Dennis is here. Hello and welcome to you, Dennis. Isn't it so nice to have an adult, sincere, intelligent community, place to come to serve white well-being? Doesn't that feel good? I mean, genuinely, it's so different from everything else. So, and we do that together. We do it together. There's so many heroes here. God bless every single one of you. St. Thomas, how could you love your child if you drove with them in your car whilst drunk? How could, well, if you're drunk and driving, oof. I mean, that is, I don't think it means, Shelly is here. Hello and welcome. Good to see you, Shelly. Country and Bluegrass, welcome. Hello. I don't think it automatically means, Ash, hello to you, that you have like no love for your child, but it's like a set of, it could mean that, but it's also a notion of pure ignorance that has to be addressed on your ability to be able to operate, and that irresponsibility, but to be able to operate a motor vehicle while under the influence. I think probably in most cases is somebody's just being really dumb. They think it's going to be okay. I've done this so many times, but that is total ignorance. And they need to get right with that understanding. Do not drive under the influence with your child. Do not do it at all. But certainly not piloting your child. But I say do not do it at all because somebody's child is going to be in somebody's cars around you. Don't do it. Don't put their children in danger and the adults in danger, and don't put your children and yourself in danger. It's not worth it. All right, we're going to call WordConqueror first. And here goes the call.
Hello.
Promethean hails to you, brother. How are you doing and what's on your mind?
I'm doing okay.
Great.
I just wanted to apologize because in the chat,
Okay.
I remember you were asking the origin of a song, and I was telling you a joke that somebody made when the song, when I first heard the song, and I made it sound way worse than it actually originally was.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries. No worries, brother.
But anyways, I was going to talk about the transgender stuff, and a good way to talk about it, I would say is, conservatives are very attached to their abstractions. And one way to bring it up is that it's sort of a precursor to destroy white languages, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not going into Tajikistan and expecting people who speak an Arab language in Tajikistan to suddenly call themselves, Tajik X or something.
Right.
The only reason they expect Latinos to call Latinos Latinx is because they speak a white language. If they weren't white Latinos and they didn't speak a white language, they wouldn't care. Which Tajikistan might be a bad example because there's actually there is a white minority there, but still, like, you look at any like non-white majority country where there's mostly non-white people, you're not going to find this huge liberal movement to change the language of these tribes in Africa. In fact, if they went there and did that, they would probably, I'm not saying I would do that to them or anything, but the tribes in Africa would probably think they're crazy weirdos and like chop their heads off or something and be like, okay, those people are weird.
Probably. Yeah.
And I guess what I'm getting at is that at best, you're basically forced to lie to these people and say that their pronouns are their pronouns or whatever. so you don't lose your job or something like that.
Right.
And at best, these people, that's at best. But at worst, it is literally a Trojan horse to destroy white languages, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, without question.
And I think that, and it's like a gang sign. I remember making a meme about this earlier. It's like a gang sign for anti-whites, right? Whenever you see a lot of these Antifa people, right? It's almost like those people who are like, they call themselves Bloods and Crips, and they got all those tattoos, and it's like, you see, this tattoo shows that I'm part of the Crips. Instead, for those people, it would almost be like having a they them tattooed on their shoulder, metaphorically, if that makes sense.
Yes,
it's like
it does.
A tattoo for being part of an anti-white gang.
It does. That's great, man. That's funny.
I don't know how to explain it other than that, but the last thing I was going to say is thank you to all the people who have been working so hard in the community, like Yiz and Biospirit of the West and Nocturnia and just everyone in general. The last thing I was going to say is I finally got my first video out on the satire account. And I think that was it. Have a great day, Promethean Hales.
Promethean Hales. Thank you so much, brother, for calling in. Bye-bye. That was great. WordConqueror. Let's make sure to get on over to, did the mods know the channel we're talking about here? He made a video, posted the first video. So let's share that. Let's see if we can't get that. Some folks over there, and sub even if you don't think you're going to have time to watch the content that he creates. But WordConqueror, thank you so much, and well done being a real gentleman, real man of the West, thanking other people for the work that they're doing. That's how we do it here, folks. We're a team. Everybody's got their skill sets, and we're going to continue to support each other all the way to the recapture of our destiny, incrementally building momentum as we go. Like I mentioned in that For White Wellbeing video, becoming that river that punches through the fissures of opportunity and the societal context shifts so that we can change this world. We're changing this world. We're changing it. We're the first people to do this ever. You think about you can think all the way back to Pele. Was that his name? William Pele and the Silver Legion, and all those people he got together and was essentially an quintessential Ant-Nat, mimicking Nazi Germany. And how much more could they have accomplished in a time where so many good people in this country, at a time that could have brought millions together under love, hope, and redemption for Western kind and putting an end to our victimization, but instead went this Ant-Nattery direction and ended up being shut down. They went after him on, I think it was tax fraud charges or something or other, locked him up, destroyed the whole thing. They had built like this whole community. I think it was in Southern California. He was traveling the country on their dime. And think about that. If this message had been there, then none of this would have come to pass. I'm confident of that. But while they continue to do these things and be negative, we'll continue to be positive and recapture our destiny. I want to quickly say before I call the great Slaughtz is to mention, when it comes to this Latinx thing, Fox News did this little thing where they went out into the world and they were asking Hispanics. They were like, do you like Latinx? And then they showed the videos of the Hispanics that were like, no, we think it's stupid. It's a great example of not, as Fox would put it, as your basic bitch conservatives would put it, that there are just crazy people who are just forcing nonsense on. It's a great example of collateral damage. That's exactly what it is. We are being targeted. As WordConqueror is pointing out right there, our languages are being targeted for white erasure. Our norms are being targeted for white erasure. As those norms are attacked, they're thinking white people, we're going to take away your
him and your her, and we're going to allow people to be whatever they want, and thems and theys and all of that sort of business, it ends up also applying to everyone else. So if there weren't white erasure, there wouldn't be Latinx that Hispanics who don't like it would have to put up with. And on that note, we're going to call the great Slaughtz. Looking forward to the conversation. He wants to talk about the lexicon, if his setup will work. So here goes the call to Slaughtz.
Hey.
Hey, brother, Promethean Hales. It's great to hear from you. And what's on your mind?
Oh, I think I fixed it.
Okay, cool.
Great. Yeah, hey. So now I can hear you.
Oh, good. Good. Yes, I was just saying, Promethean Hales, and what's on your mind, brother?
Hey, so I just wanted to first touch on the donation by June, because that really touched me. Not a lot of our women are sympathetic to the plight of our men, and that was just amazing. So really, thank you to June for that reverence toward our men, our people. So aside from that, I wanted to mention about lexicon, because we're not born with a lexicon, we're born with a biospirit. So when, these ant gnats, whitnegs, they tend to reputationally invest themselves in words. They're trying to redeem words, concepts with their flesh. It's the way I see it is like things like Holocaust revisionism. They're trying to, or these ant gnat ideologies. Yeah, they're trying to redeem the ideologies with their biospirit instead of redeeming their biospirit with lexicon.
Yes.
And I wanted to emphasize also with lexicon is that because we don't choose it, we're not born with a complete lexicon when we're born.
Yeah.
And oftentimes it's incomplete. There's some tribes you have like 20 different words for snow, as an example.
Yeah.
And as an Americans, we have maybe 5 at most, different types of snow that we kind of refer to. And when you think about that, you don't have the tool set that you should have in order to address every single problem that comes up in the future or that was in the past. And so you have to be open to learning new lexicon and creating new lexicon in order to just, advance our well-being. Any thoughts on that?
I'm fervently shaking my head in agreement. That's nodding away in agreement. You're absolutely right. It is the tools with which we think are critically important. And we're given, if I'm restating correctly, we're giving a set of concepts with which to think that are deleterious to us, unless you're being raised by mother and father who are going free. We're given nothing but these tools that are harmful to us, and you can't remake their tools. And that's essentially what these antags and the rest are trying to do, especially with their historical revisionism. And so critically important, brother, I agree with you completely, that we have to think with the tools that are beneficial to us, that can enable us to see lucidly our environment so as close as a human being can, so we can come to the right conclusions about how to get out of our victimization.
Yeah. I think that's the main point I wanted to touch on. Another thing I wanted to touch on was the article we went over. You framed the way you worded it as, the anti-whites narrating the murder of one of our people in a clinical way instead of in a sympathetic way. Is really important. When anti-whites see something clinically, they don't see it in a sympathetic way. They project their own feelings onto it. And so when something's presented in a really clinical way, there's opportunities for anti-whites to start, it's really despicable, but treating it as like a clown show.
Yeah.
Something that they can, it's just really wretched. And the lack of sympathy in the way that they're narrating our victimization is just terrible.
Yeah.
And those are the three main things I wanted to bring up. I did want to mention one fun thing. When I always see you dance to the Skype call.
Oh yeah.
It reminds me of something I did with my father. He always listened to this like business radio show in the morning, and I would dance to the music. And he'd always tell me to stop dancing.
That's funny.
Oh man, yeah. So that's all I wanted to bring up, brother.
Oh man. Well, God bless you. Thank you for calling. Call in whenever you want. We'll have you whenever you want, man. We love to hear from you, and those are some great insights that you shared.
Yeah. Promethean Hails, brother.
Promethean Hails. That's Slaughtz, ladies and gentlemen. Bye-bye now.
All right.
Wow. Totally awesome. Great insight. One of our in-house, maybe the in-house philosopher in service to white well-being, the great Slaughtz, and a great servant to white well-being, a true man of the West, deep respect for the great Slaughtz. Been here for a long time in service. And the point he's making is a really profound and important one, that we think with the tools of words and concepts. And when you are denied tools that work for you, and when you are given instead, infected instead, burdened instead with tools that are harmful for you, you can never come to the right conclusion. You can never come to a conclusion that's beneficial. And we see this everywhere around us. We see this in the explicit white sympathetic sphere, and we see it in the implicit white sympathetic sphere. It's rife. They are muddled. They can't think straight. And we also see that when it comes to, and the great Slaughtz mentioning here, that when it comes to like a lot of the antags who are just very jealous of me and Team White Wellbeing, and that's totally understandable. I mean, they should be jealous. I would be jealous if I were them, looking at how awesome we actually are. They see what we're doing and they think, well, if they can say these words and it's just magic, well, then any neoterism, any new coinage is going to be magic too. And we'll just start saying that is not the case. That is simply not. So you see a lot of people trying to push back against me in this community with things like urophobia, and these others. God, I'm not even going to bother to mention them. They've suddenly appeared and nowhere to be found before. But then when we are rocking the world, they show up and they're like, no, it's got to be this other thing instead. It's got to be their little, and it's like trying to tell the physician who actually knows his or her stuff and the implementation of that practice is working on patients. It's like just showing up and being like, I got an idea, got a wild hair up my ass, and I'm gonna go ahead and share this idea and try to push it on everybody. No, it doesn't work that way. You cannot reclaim the tools created by anti-whites because you do not wield the same centers of power and authority with which those tools were inflicted on us. And especially when we learn those at an earlier and earlier age, where it is all the following memories are piled on top of those learned memories, making them even more powerful over determining how we think and what we think. So you can't do that. You're not going to be able to reclaim history, again, for the exact same reasons. The concepts that we use, the white magic that we wield, comes from a very intelligent place. It's very intelligent people Reason and logic is used in the creation and the coinages, and then they are all submitted to and subject to the scientific method. And if they don't work in the real world, then they are abandoned. So we end up with increasingly powerful, you might even want to call them spells, these concepts, white magic spells. We end up with increasingly powerful spells that we wield when we talk to others, and that we win. And that we end up causing anti-whites, which they've never done before. You never went to an anti-white with some sort of antique nationalist argument or J-Spurg argument or any of these others, pro-Southern secession argument, Craven argument. You've never gone to them and had them say, but my best friends are white. I've got some white friends too. You've never had them do that. And the reason why is because you are inside their narrative, the anti-white narrative, where you are the demon and they're the good guy, and you walk away from every encounter knowing that you're being seen by them and others as the demon. And that's why your friends have walked away, and that's why your family has walked away, and that's why the outcomes have always been miserable, and why there's always like this big interest in the beginning of this group or that group or this thinker or that thinker, and then it slowly wanes over time after loss, after loss, after loss, after loss. Here we dissect things like the great Slaughtz is pointing out in our closing minutes, that anti-whites will view a crime against, they'll write about a crime, they'll talk about a crime committed against the white race, ignoring the white race as best they can, and talking about it in the most clinical way, like a just the facts, ma'am, like a we're going to give you the sterilized news. Which is what they purported for so many years to our parents, grandparents, great-grandparents. You're just getting the news. You're not getting our opinion. It was always psychological warfare, and they fell for it. Our ancestors, they fell for it. The generations before us, the generations now, the generations after us, they're falling for it, but we're not falling for it. When they talk about the anti-white narrative, they fictionalize history, they fictionalize events in the real world, they're suddenly using the adjectives, they're suddenly using the prose that invoke sympathy, that invoke imagery. It's no longer clinical. They're not, your professor is not going to talk about non-white people or homosexual people or victim groups or whatever it is being harmed by white people and Western civilization in a clinical fashion. They're not going to give you this sterile, well, there was this date, and on this date, there were these events, these were the ages, and then they died, or then they lost their jobs. No, they're only going to do that when it happens to white people. And why is that? Because it's a hush crime. That should be one of the big MC's meme curative you take away from the events that we talked about today. The murder of these police officers. They're hush crimes. They contradict the anti-white narrative, so the anti-whites are not going to tell people about them. They're not going to talk about, when they do talk about them, they're going to try to quarantine. And they're going to try to quarantine to, depending on the pressure, to greater and greater areas, but it'll still be a quarantining. They're not going to be talking about it, no matter how much we make noise in the UK, in Germany, as something that the white population there needs to know about, because maybe it's coming home to visit them. It'll be on their American version of their webzine or whatever it is. No need to tell the locals about that, because it contradicts the anti-white narrative. In these cases, a hush crime. Use hush crime when you're talking to folks about this, when you're using it as a catalyst to introduce the concepts that we share here in Service to White Wellbeing, because that will get them asking hush crime. Who then controls? Who then decides? They will come to conclusions that you don't have to help them with, because we have already preloaded the spells, these white magical spells, so that they work for you. All you have to do is utter the abracadabra, and then it works. You go to them otherwise, and you tell them, you go to them as we have shared here, you should, about these two police officers, and you will be doing their families, their lives, and their families' honor. Even if these families end up being totally anti-white themselves, and they say, well, whatever we want, we don't want white people to think that this had any, who cares? This is about us. This is about our people. You go to folks around you and you talk this way, and you'll make a difference in their lives, and therefore in our people's existence, and therefore your individual existence. I'm so happy you all are here with me in this. I see even Lavish is here, so we're saying hello to Lavish. Thank you all for being here. We have to step this up. We have to be there. We have to be louder. We have to be prouder. We have to be bolder. We have to tell people that this is the one and true and only way to the recapture of our destiny. You know what I'm going to say. I love you all. Let's make this week an amazing week for white well-being. Let's go free.